May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, I would like to remind you that tomorrow, Tuesday, 16th, we will be hosting tomorrow, Wednesday. It's good Solo is here to remind us. We shall be hosting the Anti-counterfeit expo. The exhibition will be in the parliamentary parking. Commencing at 10, I want to urge all of you to go and see what is there, especially when you have counterfeits and you know what counterfeits do to our community. They affect the community both in health-wise, economic, and it also affects us in our legislation. So I am requesting that you pass over and check what will be there at 10 tomorrow. Thank you. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Namagunga Boarding Primary School, Kitende from Butsiro South, Wakiso. They are represented by Honorable Charles. Please stand. You're very smart. They are represented by Honorable Ethel Naluima Betty. Where is Ethel? Ethel is still busy working in the office and doing work for you, sister. Ethel is a very good girl. And Honorable Charles Matovu. Honorable Charles Lopez deployed him to do some work. You are very good leaders. Sister, thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Please join me in receiving them. Thank you. Have a seat. In a public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers from Nabumali Boarding Primary School, from Bunkoko Central, all the way. You're welcome, you're very smart, all the way from the land of Masaba. You're most welcome. And they are here, they are represented by Honorable Mariam Mukai and Honorable Wanda. Wanda, you first come and greet your children.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome you, now Mali Boarding Primary School pupils and teachers, and I thank you for the great work you're doing in our region. I pray for success in the coming exams, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. I delegated Mariam to do some work. They are very good people. As you go back, you tell those of Daddy and Mommy that we have good leaders. Next. You're on communication.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your remarks. Madam Speaker, I just want to make an observation on behalf of the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. We had a schedule for this week. That started yesterday, and today we were supposed to meet leadership from the Ministry of Energy. Madam Speaker, it was very unfortunate that a number of members of Parliament of the committee turned in for the meeting. Unfortunately, Minister of Water and Environment Unfortunately, when a majority of us had assembled, that was the time we got a communication that the Ministry of Water and Environment was not ready for the meeting. So we actually tasking the line ministries that when they are invited, they should not give a response on the day of the meeting, because they made us forego other programs. So that was the Ministry of Water and Environment, to the disappointment of the members of Natural Resources Committee. Thank you.
Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, I did inform the leadership of all the sectoral committees handling rationalization bills that with effect from Tuesday, which is today, Parliament will be considering their respective reports. I am also here, as I have seen the order paper, to wait for the respective committees to start reporting on the 14 bills that were read for the first time and formally referred to the 6 committees of Parliament.
Is Honorable Byanyima here? Honorable members, how many times will you meet these committees? You had meetings with these people? The first time when we made the ad hoc committee, select committee, you again met these people when the bills were brought back. I get surprised when you say that these people are not available for meetings. Honorable Semuju.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to be helped. Committees do work on behalf of Parliament, and they are supposed to report within the timelines in the rules. They don't work on the orders of whips. The government whip has just told Parliament that I told the committee chairpersons of the 14 bills.
It's on procedure. Honorable members, it doesn't matter whether it is ordering, directing, or whichever, the whip of a political party has powers to ensure that his or her committees perform as required. Honorable Guzuli.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the reminder about the RAPEX. It has come to my notice that a number of the bills that were read for the first time here and committees are expected to report on were actually withdrawn the earlier time. The rules dictate that when a bill is withdrawn, it must be regazetted and then read for the first time. A number of those bills, if you look at them, the gazettement number is still the same one for the previous one. It means there has not been a regazettement. So you will need to guide us on how we will proceed on this matter so that we do not engage in futility. Because the committees may be processing bills that have not complied with procedures. 2, a number of the bills also were not signed. They were not signed, and ideally they should not have been admitted here for first reading. So this is an issue you may need to interrogate with your legal team and report on. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members, thank you very much. When these bills are returned to the committees under Article 90, like where I am in Natural Resources Committee, the certificate of financial implication is defective. And secondly, when they were rationalizing, they never looked at what we call span of control, where they are taking NFA There are already more than 10 departments, and they never provided for the structure how it will be absorbed. I thank you.
Honorable Guzley, the bills that were withdrawn in February. The Gazette will always have the Gazette number plus the date of Gazette. When you look at the Uganda National Swahili, it is Gazette number 41, and it was gazetted on 16th June. When you look at wait, and I get you the number. When you look at the Cotton Development Amendment Bill 2024, it is Gazette 36, and it was gazetted on 31st May 2024. When you look at the NADS bill, it is dated 31st May 2024. I can give you and you have a look at it. Look at the national, that is still Swahili. So these dates, these gazettes have dates, the recent dates. You want to have a look at it?
But before I have a look, in our current case, we should have 2 dates and 2 gazette numbers. One for the earlier one, which was withdrawn, and a new date and a gazette number for the bills which were now being reintroduced. So in a situation where we only have one, then there's a problem. And the Kiswahili bill you are alluding to is a new bill which was not one of the bills withdrawn.
Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, subject to final confirmation from the learned Attorney General, we were duly notified that all bills that were introduced for the first reading were gazetted as required by law.
Honorable members, let's now discuss that when we reach those bills. I have some very important issues. Taka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on a matter, an urgent matter of national importance concerning the state of Kampala-Jinja Highway. Right Honourable Speaker, this road is a major route for our trade in the country.
Honourable Prime Minister, please.
However, it has been left in an appalling state with a lot of sections with potholes. I'm also concerned, Madam Speaker, that the maintenance works on sections of the road between Nakawa to Mukono have taken so many years. The works started around Weyogerere Mukono, I think during COVID in 2020. But up to today, the works are still going on. My prayers, Madam Speaker, are that the Minister of Works and Transport ensures that quick response on maintenance of the road, that there is a quick response on the maintenance of the road, especially covering the potholes along the road. The second prayer, Right Honourable Speaker, is that the Minister updates the House on the maintenance plan for the Kampala-Jinja Highway, and then update the House on the status of the maintenance works between Nakawa Road to Mukono. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Prime Minister, the issue of the road, and you could also tell us what happened to the Kampala-Jinja Express Highway.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to call Honorable Minister of Works to come here and give the status report of those roads tomorrow.
Honorable members, how many ministers are in works? Prime Minister, do you now advise us not to discuss anything in regard to works? Because the ministry is not represented.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ocheru was before the committee. Honorable Katumba is out of the car. Honorable Ocheru Musa. Echweru Musa. He was before the committee. General Katumba Wamala is out of the country. And I've not yet heard from the State Minister, Honorable Byamukama.
Can you call Honorable Ichweru to come and tell us what is happening with the roads? Let him leave. A committee will not
Much
sit
obliged,
when the house is sitting.
Much obliged, Right Honorable.
Yes, Whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, in your communication, I want to thank you for hosting the anti-counterfeit campaign here at Parliament. But Madam Speaker, it is on record that the government withdrew that bill on anti-counterfeit goods bill, and twice. And even when a private member was allowed, he has always been frustrated, and I don't know now how far it has gone. The truth of the matter is that because of lack of substantive law, compared to our neighbors, Uganda has become a destination for all manner of fakes, counterfeits, particularly in pharmaceuticals. Our people, I'm reliably informed, are consuming all manner of counterfeit drugs. And that's why I think there are many disease complications that are coming up. Don't you think through this campaign, this anti-counterfeit campaign, Madam Speaker, you would use this moment to prevail over the government that seems to be in limbo with the bill to expeditiously revive it?
Can we hear from government? Because I remember Honorable Kiaga. Was it Honorable Kiaga? Okay, there was a bill which was brought on the floor, and government took over the bill. Nothing has happened up to date. Hey, you are around? No. We need a response from.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have to call the Attorney General, who is not here right now, to inform us on the status of how or where that bill is and when it can be presented to Parliament.
Do we have only one Attorney General? Honorable members, we cannot have people from works, and yet there are issues of works which must be handled. We can't have an Attorney General. You have bills here that Attorney General is supposed to handle. How shall we proceed without Attorney General? Honorable members, I don't know how we are going to proceed, because I don't want tomorrow a bill to be passed. When a bill is passed, then they say they return back. Can I have the Attorney General
Right now.
in the House?
Right now.
And yesterday we said we needed a Minister of Finance in the House.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. I've sent Chief Whip to check on the Attorney General and Minister of Works. So he's doing that.
We want a Minister of Finance in the House because we have a report in regard to finance.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you first wait and we get the people we want.
Honorable
Yes,
Speaker.
one has arrived. Let's have finance.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. You see, the trouble, the
Uh,
Prime Minister has now turned herself like a post office. Because when you come here, you come with your team to transact business. But every minister let me call. Another minister let me call. So, Madam Speaker, for me the issue, if you
The
follow,
Prime
if you
Minister is
follow
not
the
a post office. She's
No,
not
I mean,
a
if
post
she,
office.
I am only saying that she is reducing herself into that by constantly pledging to call. But we need to deal with the most serious issue. If you follow the politics of Africa, you saw what happened in Zimbabwe when a 90-year-old Mugabe was in charge of a country. Things started crumbling. Because once the chief executive is too old, like the one we have, you will have these sorts of problems.
Honorable.
Okay, he's young.
Honorable Semuju. I don't know whether it is talking about the chief executive of the country that gives you votes. And if that's what gives you votes, then there's a problem in this country. But as far as we know and we see, our president is leading us very well. And he's not old. He's not old. What has he failed to do? Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of members of staff. Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of members of staff from Parliament of Ghana. They include Mrs. Evelyn Brefo, Assistant Deputy Clerk, Parliamentary Proceeding Division. Most welcome. Ms. Sheba Nana. Ms. Sheba Nana is a Senior Principal Assistant Clerk. You're most welcome to Parliament of Uganda. You're welcome. Join me in welcoming them. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers from Biogere Rep Secondary School from Kira Municipality, Wakiso District. You're most welcome. They are represented by a very good member of parliament who loves President Museveni. Honorable Semuju Ibrahim Nganda, and Honorable Ethel Nalima. Honorable Semuju there is a Halhaj and is a very good person. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students of Makerere University School of Social Works and Social Administration from Kampala Central, Kampala District. They are represented by Honorable Nsereko Mohammadi. Where is Medi? Medi is a very good legislator. Lady of delegate is praying. He has gone for prayers. And Honorable Malende, who is also working. She has also gone to pray. Honorable members, we had an item that was pending on Honorable Echuero. There was an item pending that we needed. Can you repeat your question? Let's be orderly. Yes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter was about the state of the Kampala-Jinja highway. It is filled with a lot of potholes, and where they've tried to do maintenance between Nakawa and Mukono, the works have taken so many years. I don't know how long it takes to do that section of the road, Madam Speaker. And my prayers were that the minister updates the House on the maintenance works between Nakawa and Mukono, but also updates the House on the maintenance plan of the Kampala-Jinja highway, but still quickly respond by carrying out emergency works on the road by covering the potholes to allow a motorable state. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And still on that, you need to give us a feedback on the Kampala-Jinja Express Highway. That was funded. We don't know how far it has gone. And then there is also some Dennis, still on roads. I'm only taking roads.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And be brief.
Right Honorable Speaker, in Katikam North County, all UNRA roads.
Honorable Aroboy.
All UNRA roads are in very bad state. Specifically, the road from UNRA roads, Katikam North County in Rural District. The road from Kasiso to Mazi, the road from Kasiso to Chichusa, and the road from Kasana to Lugogo, Nakaseki.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to inform the House that the road from Puranga, Pajule, Acholibu, which is supposed to be on construction right now, is not yet being constructed. Worst of everything, Madam Speaker, the road right now is not passable. Traders, road users in general are stuck. Business is not going well in Acholi sub-region, most especially in the East Acholi sub-region. The Honorable Minister briefed me that the road from Puranga Pajule was to be constructed starting this financial year. But Madam Speaker, up to now we still do not have any information regarding that road. My prayer, Madam Speaker, first, the Minister should direct team from UNRA to go and do maintenance. We have areas, For example, from Mortuary, which is from the bridge, we have Ludel, which is around Pajule, and then we also have the one from Pajule. The 3 spots are making traders not to access the road or move. Secondly, the minister should confirm to us when will this road be constructed, or when are they commencing the construction of Puranga Pajule Acholibu Road.
Thank you. Maurice.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in fact, the issue of roads, we are going to even distort your order paper, because it's a cross-cutting problem everywhere. Because the other day, Right Honorable Speaker, you remember the other day when Honorable Cheru was in, and I told Honorable Cheru, as you go to the road block in Mavira, as the colleague was saying, there is a spot, there is an area,
Rukungiri, stand up.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You already ruled that we should raise our issues on roads. But the Honorable Member is saying it is going to distort your order paper. Is he in order?
You know, you never heard what he said because you are sitting down.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The other time we told you, Honorable Cheru, Right Honorable, as you go to the road block in Mavira, it's a very sensitive area. There is a road block, but that spot has been bad before even the NRM government came to power. It has failed to be put right. It has claimed lives. It's very dangerous. Every time when you reach there, you must first stop, and that is how these highway robber people come on the road, and they come and attack us. So we need the Honorable Musa, and Right Honorable, in addition, Honorable Musa Echeru came and supervised the roads. We even reached your area. He led the delegation and we reached your area, and he promised that in 1 year, those roads were going to be worked on. It was even at night. He's there. We need him to give us feedback. Thank you.
I need a feedback on the road to my area. Mukona? Okay, Mitiana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the road of Mitiana, Kampala Road, within Mitiana Municipality, was begun in 2020. Up to date, they are still constructing that road. Yeah.
Kampala-Mitiana?
Kampala-Mitiana, Mubende Road.
Mubende
Road.
Road.
Mitiana Municipality. It is under construction from 2020 up to this time. We are wondering, when are you concluding that road? Because it is too dusty and it is causing a lot of accidents. Please work on it. Tell us the date when you're finishing it.
And leave alone the dust, but it needs to be tarmacked. And it is causing a lot of accidents. That is all roads. Joanne.
Thank you.
Members.
Thank you.
Honorable members, can we agree? Can we agree that we agree that we first have a response on what has been raised, then all members who have issues on the roads, let's compile them together, give to the minister. On Thursday, he comes with a response on each of them. Joanne, and then we conclude.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the issue of roads is also basically being affected by the lack of equipment in many of the districts and the cities, and this is causing connectivity
have a very big challenge. Could the minister also update us on the state or on the issue of road equipments to many of these cities? Madam Speaker, imagine a regional city staying without a road equipment, and yet we have money to work on the roads, but we don't have this equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Information.
Madam Speaker.
Amos.
Thank you.
Then Honorable Days.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, every year on the 20th of October, every year, the people of Acholi land and the whole Uganda, the entire Uganda, the majority of people who are 99% almost Christians, they go to Paimol to celebrate and to pray on the, as a pilgrims, because we have two matters, Gildo Irwa and Dawoodi Okello. And this coming Sunday on the 20th, many people are also, they are going to move to Paimol for the same. But Madam Speaker, all the roads that leads to Paimol in Agago North, it is impassable. Whether you come from Karamoja side, you come from Kitgum side, from Padey side, Lira side, and Kitgum, all the roads are impassable. And this year, the celebration is going to be celebrated by the Diocese of Kotido. Madam Speaker, my request is the Minister of Works should take an urgent actions so that on the 20th people can reach and go and pray in Paimol shrines. This is my...
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Alex.
Thank you. Thank you. Right on, Speaker. I have...
Doug, we are happy you have come. We needed you so much. And birthday boy, happy birthday, Minister of Finance. Happy birthday. Please, yes.
Right on, Speaker. I have an issue of serious concern for my people regarding the results of the recently conducted housing and population census. Statistics. I'm aware that the Uganda Bureau of Statistics has admitted that there are some errors in the data recently released. I'm also aware that Ubosi has made commitments to make corrections to this data. However, we possibilities are worried for two reasons. First, several times government officials make general commitments regarding specific issues. They always forget to address the issues of possibilities whenever they are fulfilling those commitments. Therefore, we are here to appeal to this August House to ensure that in reviewing the data, Uganda Bureau of Statistics should be directed to ensure that the section on disability is taken into account. The second reason why we are here is because looking at the details of the errors, the gaps on disability are so huge. For instance, Raton Speaker, the data says that in 2014, Uganda had 6.4 million possibilities, but in 2024, we have 3 million possibilities, meaning the population of possibilities has declined by 3.4 million. Raton Speaker, the question is, where did the 3.4 million go? So this is why we appeal to
Thank you.
Raton
Thank you.
Speaker,
Thank you.
the Uganda Bureau of Statistics to ensure that we get answers to these important questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I get a feedback from? By the way, members, you're forgetting matters of national importance are for Thursdays. Let's first hear from. We can have bit by bit. Today we have few. We cannot spend 2 hours in matters of national importance. Bit by bit, yes?
Right, Honourable Speaker. First of all, I start with an apology for coming a bit late. As you know, today the Committee of Fiscal Infrastructure was sitting, and my senior colleague had asked me, he's out of the country, so I'm the one holding fort. So I had to go and explain a few things to the committee. I'm happy finally I'm here. Right, Honourable Speaker, on the onset, we do acknowledge as a ministry that the state of roads across the country, especially very critical roads that link communities and link the country to other parts, needs urgent attention. And again, is that background, Right Honourable Speaker, I think I can have the permission on behalf of my senior colleagues to reveal to this Parliament that my ministry has been directed by Cabinet to take a list of roads on Monday, all those roads that have not been done and are mentioned in the manifesto of the President, and those, can you kindly, so we have been directed, I have been directed to take a list of those roads. Initially, the thinking of government was that because we didn't want to balloon the debt, we would have to go slow, particularly in bringing in new projects. But on critical analysis, Cabinet yesterday decided that on Monday we take a list of those roads, those friends and comrades who were recently privileged to sit before in the meeting where actually the President made a presentation. They will remember clearly the number of roads that actually the President mentioned, and he repeated them yesterday, and therefore he wants me to take those roads on Monday, they are not few, and present to him and indicate the difficulties that have been encountered in implementing some of his directives and the directives of this Parliament. For example, if Parliament had said, we have passed a bill for Jinja Expressway, Kampala-Jinja Expressway, and it is true that it has, a loan has been passed, but there seems to have been a challenge in finding resources for compensating perhaps the people who are supposed to be affected by this project. We must indicate that, so that Cabinet will pronounce itself on Monday, and after pronouncing itself on Monday, then I will come again to fill this Parliament in on what we have discussed and resolved. And I can assure you, comrades, the thinking that I saw yesterday is that Cabinet is going to make a decision and get resources that will fix these roads once and for all. There also the emphasis, Right Honourable Speaker, we are a government, that's why we're here. Right Honourable Speaker, I am also aware that again the directive that we were given yesterday was that when we are making this presentation, what has been lacking so much is money for maintenance. Because we have done a number of roads, close to 6,000 kilometers now, but we have not put enough resources for the maintenance of these roads. So a directive was given that when we are coming to Cabinet, we must also provide for that so that the Cabinet will pronounce itself. That's first of all on Monday. So I wanted to beg on the onset, Right Honourable Speaker, that you allow my humble self to go on Monday, make that presentation.
So what are you going with on Monday?
Oh, all the roads that are critical, that must be fixed. Then present to Cabinet.
Where are you getting those roads?
We have the list. Right Honourable Speaker, we have the list.
Honourable Minister, as I said before, that all the members, including myself, who have roads that need to be worked on, if you have an example of the bridge between Bukede and Bulambuli where children have even died in Kamutur, Bulambuli. Children have died. Nothing has been done. We only need a Maram bridge. We don't need even tamaking. So what we are saying, let's get all that written. I can compile all of them in writing, sign it off, and give it to the minister for Monday. All of it, I want, please, including the ferries. Including the ferries. Let's simplify it that way. Let's go to the next item because, you know, Jaja might need to go. But before Jaja goes, the potholes on, yeah, he's going to handle. They are going to be handled. There is a question that is raised by Alex. There is a question raised by Alex on the issues of census. Members, you first allow Alex to get a response. Government. Census.
Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, maybe before I go to the census, I want to give facts. When I entered this house, my colleague, that gentleman there, that member of parliament for Mitiana, that the road between Busega up to Mbende is a horrible road. No. I pass there every weekend. The road from Busega to Mitiana to a place called Narutuntu is a beautiful road. It is only from Narutuntu, Kiganda, Kienda, Mubende. It is in sore state of disrepair. But the good news is that the contractor is on site. He one time, oh no, please listen to me.
Honorable Minister, continue.
The contractor Enago project, we must admit there was a bit of a problem of advancing money to him. Now that problem is completed. So you will see in maybe about 3, 4, 5 months, those of you who use that road, you will see a difference.
Thank you. Now,
you asking me a question, Madam Speaker.
I didn't ask you. It was asked by by a member. The House is asking you about the issue of the census.
Oh, the census?
Yes.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, no, I beg, we are preparing a statement. And therefore, I don't want to
Alex,
give you...
are you listening?
We are preparing a statement. Next week we'll be here with that statement so that we give you the full facts. Because now if I answer this and that one, that's not good. So I beg your indulgence. Next week we'll be coming with that statement precisely to tell you what happened.
There is a procedure,
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of census is a serious one. Census data is what the government needs for planning. And if we look at how things run in this country, a lot of things are going wrong because the decisions we make are based on opinion but not data.
Honorable.
For success of census exercise, you need political leadership. From the submissions of the Honorable Minister, I can see detach between the political leader and the technical people who implement these things. Yesterday, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, if I could cut you short. The minister has not made any statement on census. The minister is coming with a statement on census next week. Let's interrogate his statement next week. And maybe for members, originally we had decided we would sit up to Friday, but we have agreed with Yala. Yala will be sitting in the morning. We shall be sitting in the afternoon.
Madam Speaker, can I make
in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers from Light College, Katkamu Secondary School. They are represented by Honorable Nsobuga and Honorable Naluima Ethel. You're welcome. You're most welcome. You're very smart. Join me in welcoming them. So, Honorable Lee, let's get the report next week on the census.
Madam Speaker, I take your guidance. My invite was that the committee responsible, the sectoral committee responsible, must actually examine this issue further. And they will, in that process, be able to interact with the...
After the report.
Okay, that makes sense. But the other issue I wanted to raise for your attention is also, the minister brought a treasury memorandum here in relation to the custodian board, and they have not implemented any of the proposed action points they brought here. Now we need to know why the minister is not taking action on the issue of custodian boards. Their properties they are supposed to deal in, they are not dealing in it. They are not accounting for the properties. We don't know what is in the accounts of the custodian board. There are a lot of issues which they are sitting on, and yet the laws empower him. He is here. You would, with your guidance, Madam Speaker, we need to understand from him why are they not accounting to Ugandans on the issue of the custodian.
Honorable members, you're deviating me from the order paper. Next item. Let me have Lob. No, Lob is not from your side. Lob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join you in wishing, you called him Jaja? Jaja Atiak Sugar, happy birthday. I don't know how many years he has made today, but I'm sure there are very many. And so we wish you...
He's just sweet 16.
Okay, so he's young. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue I want to raise actually falls within his docket. Yesterday I teased it out, but we agreed since there was absence of colleagues on the front bench, this side, we said let's tease it out today. In carrying out our critical mandate of oversight, keeping government in check, the entities we keep going to. So last week on Monday 7th, together with some colleagues, we went to Amuru district in northern Uganda to Atiak Sugar Factory. Good enough, they did welcome us. Unlike Rocco, which I was giving you an update about, they took taxpayers' money, but they don't want to be held accountable. But that we shall probably pursue as we go along. But with specificity to Atiak Sugar Factory, there's a couple of concerns, Right Honorable Speaker, and hopefully the Minister of Finance and government generally can provide some answers. The taxpayer has so far injected 553.71 billion shillings
into the Atiak Sugar Factory project. This is a project that excited many people because it sounded good, it set out well. Good for northern Uganda, people going to get jobs, good for Uganda generally. Along the way, there is too many unanswered questions that need answers because this is money too much. The factory is not operational, Honorable Speaker, over the years, and they are not sure when they will get to operate and produce sugar. They have their own concerns and frustrations as well towards government, just like we have our concerns about the project generally and government's involvement and all of that. Honorable Speaker, the company actually spends money on a daily basis, even though there's no sugar being produced, because they run machines.
Honorable Love.
Yes, right.
How I wish you could give us the report of your tour from day, Atiak, Roko, where, so that it becomes part of the record of this house. And you will be able to respond to the issues that you're raising when it is a record on this house.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Actually, that's what I was planning, to do the comprehensive one. But I thought
you can even do in the video
out, very quickly some of these issues so that he prepares a response. So I wanted to give a 3-minute summary. I'll present the lengthy one for our records and all of that. But I thought I would tease these ones out, also for him to put his technical people on notice, to get him all the information that he requires. It will just take 3 minutes, Honorable Speaker. Now, the company is frustrated because UDC's presence seems to be absent, because UDC is there on our behalf. They are saying we don't see them, we don't know what's happening. They say they don't have raw materials. They are looking to having all the machinery present for them to be able to operate. One of the questions that the minister needs to answer: does government actually have shares in this company? If so, how many shares? To what tune? We need to know.
And which type of shares?
Exactly. How are we ensuring that the investment of taxpayers accrues a return, that there is a return on the taxpayer money, the 553 billion shillings? Because they're not producing sugar, and yet money has been injected. And has been the habit, right, Honorable Speaker, almost every year there is a request for more money to this entity. And as I mentioned to the management of the entity, I'm interested in that company being functional as opposed to collapsing. Why? Because taxpayers' money has been injected there. If it collapses, we lose 553.7 billion shillings. So we want it to be functional, but we don't know what's happening. And right now, Speaker, as you have guided, there will be a lengthy one, but I thought I would tease these ones out for the minister to get set, to update this house, to update the country, so that we know what's happening with this taxpayers' money that was injected in this project. Thank you for now.
Thank you. You're giving information.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I raised an issue of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, last week on Thursday, Madam Speaker, a recently appointed presidential advisor, Mr. Ayeranga Christopher Michael, was kidnapped by unknown people and taken to unknown place. Right Honorable Speaker, it's coming to 2 weeks. The efforts by the family, relatives, the lawyers and friends press for him have gone unrecognized, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's against the 48 hours that the presidential advisor has not been produced to court. Right Honorable Speaker, as people from Bunyoro, we are so worried that if a presidential advisor can be kidnapped without any trace, what is happening of the ordinary Ugandan? My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that if Honorable Ayeranga was convicted of any crime, he should be produced to court and given a free and fair hearing. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I also pray that the government explains the whereabouts of the presidential advisor, Mr. Ayeranga Michael Christopher. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable, thank you. Honorable Minister, Lob raised some issues for your attention. He just needs an assurance from you that you are aware.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I have heard, and you can be sure that I will give you satisfactory answers again next week. Thank you very much.
Honorable Lob, you bring the report on all the institutions you visited, and then the minister. And then the minister will be able to respond to that. Yes.
Right Honorable, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yesterday you did guide that when the Prime Minister is here, we can get the answer. Right Honorable Speaker, our embassy in Nigeria is facing a very serious issues, and it's about being stifled to operate. Apparently, Madam Speaker, since 1st of July, the staff at our embassy in Abuja has never been paid. Reason, the PS, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the PSS still appoints the accounting officers. There is no accounting officer in Abuja. Madam Speaker, this Parliament and the Executive allocated the money to construct a very good, magnificent offices at Abuja. But, Madam Speaker, the contractor is demanding a lot of money and cannot be paid, yet the money is there. That one is going to cause surcharge from government. With you, through you, Madam Speaker, I want that the Prime Minister takes this matter such that we get a response, maybe tomorrow with your guidance.
Honorable Minister of Finance
is here.
Can you make
at least we get, because these are our people who are suffering, yet now Abuja is a big elephant that we need to tap into.
Okay,
thank you.
Honorable Minister of Finance, can you make a follow-up that we have an accounting officer in Abuja?
It cannot always be next week.
Let's have
Madam
an accounting
Speaker,
officer.
And my dear colleagues, we are aware of what is taking place. We are aware. A few days, we were debating that question. One of the officers decided to take a role that is not his role. We are investigating, and I can assure you that officer will be brought back to Kampala as quickly as possible. Well, I can't, you see, because I cannot force a foreign country. Well, no, I will not be able to divulge this because there is investigations going on. So when the investigations have gone on, then we shall know what happened. But as of removing the officer, it is something that we are working on so that he can come back to Uganda.
Thank you. Government on the issue of kidnap has again started. Presidential advisor.
Right Honorable Speaker, sorry for the kidnap of our presidential advisor. It's now 2 weeks that is, we don't know the whereabouts. Anyway, it is alleged. We are not very sure. I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that you allow me to involve Minister for Internal Affairs and Security to come and inform us about the alleged kidnap of our presidential advisor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3.1, statement by Minister on the
Hold
40th.
on. Continue.
Statement by Minister on the 44th World Food Day celebrations, 16th October 2024.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Vaughn, I will give you. First wait.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda will join the rest of the world to commemorate the 44th World Food Day on the 16th October 2024. This year's event will be celebrated at the National Semi-Arid Resources Research Institute, Nasari, in Serere District. Nasari is one of the institutes of the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO. Right Honorable Speaker and members, as you may be aware, every 16th day of October, the global community comes together to celebrate the World Food Day, calling on everyone, including government, academia, civil society, private sector, and individuals from various sectors of society to rally against hunger and build sustainable food security. The event, which coincides with the founding of the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, of the United Nations, raises awareness and calls for action to support those who suffer from hunger and to ensure food and nutrition security for all. The theme. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this year's event will be celebrated under the theme, Rights to Foods for a Better Life and a Better Future. This theme emphasizes the fundamental human right to access safe, nutritious, and sufficient food as a foundation for ensuring healthy lives today and sustainable futures for coming generations. Better food underscores the legal and moral responsibility to ensure that every Ugandan has access to nutritious and safe food. The country stands to address the pressing need to eradicate hunger and malnutrition by ensuring that adequate food is central to improving health, boosting productivity, and ensuring the well-being of communities. Addressing food security positively impacts on education, employment, and economic stability. Having sustainable food systems and agricultural practices today will secure food availability for future generations. Investing in sustainable farming, efficient water use, and agricultural research and innovation is key to ensuring food security in Uganda amidst climate change. A word on the details on the national celebration is. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, as earlier highlighted, the national celebrations will be held on the 16th at Nasari in Serere Nasari are located in Serere, Teso sub-region, is one of the oldest agricultural research institutions under NARO. The institute will also be holding its centenary celebrations as we celebrate this World Food Day. As a key institution focused on semi-arid and dry areas, Nasari plays a vital role in reviving traditional and orphaned crops such as cotton, millet, sorghum, cowpeas, groundnuts, sunflower, and simsim, which are highly suited to Ugand's semi-arid regions. The above crops, once staples in many parts of Uganda, have seen a decline over the years due to the introduction of more commercialized crops. However, Nasari has worked to revive them, recognizing their resilience to drought, their nutritional value, and their importance for food security in regions with unpredictable rainfall patterns. Nasari's research has highlighted sorghum as particularly beneficial for diabetic patients, as it helps regulate blood sugar levels. Sorghum is rich in dietary fiber, which slows the digestion and the absorption of carbohydrates, leading to better control of glucose in the body. Other nutritional benefits of sorghum include being rich in antioxidants, being gluten-free, being high in proteins, being mineral-rich, being rich in B vitamins, and a key contributor to agro-industrialization as it's a raw material for beer making. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Major Retired Jessica Rose Epel Alupo, has been invited to preside at the function in Serere. I will take this opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to invite you, Right Honorable Speaker, and to invite all the honorable members to join Her Excellency the Vice President, the people of Teso, and the rest of the Ugandans in this commemoration of World Food Day in Serere District. The main event will be preceded by a tour of selected agricultural value chains and model farms in Teso sub-region, including a fish, sorghum porridge, and coffee night tonight. This is in recognition of the importance of these crops to Uganda. This will constitute a testimony of the various investments government has undertaken in agricultural research and development in the Teso sub-region, progress made in agro-industrialization, and also demonstrate the importance of the agriculture enterprises being promoted in the area. A number of exhibitions will also be organized, showcasing research and value-added products, including groundnuts, fish, beans, sorghum, coffee, millet, sweet potato, as well as mechanization and irrigation technologies, among others. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, on the same day, we shall launch newly released crop varieties successfully developed by our NARO scientists. I call this a major highlight because it is a great breakthrough for researchers who spend a lot of time with countless hours in laboratories, fields, and trials, incubating, grafting, and testing the new crop varieties. This is always great news for researchers, for farmers, and the entire country. In line with this, NARO's focus on producing climate-smart and resilient, early maturing crop varieties, it is these varieties that will sustain food systems in the country. The newly released bean varieties are Nabe 14R and Nabe 12CR. These are superior because they are resistant to the bean anthracnose and root rot disease. The newly released groundnut varieties are Narrownut 3R, Narrownut 4R, and Narrownut 5R. These have exhibited higher levels of resistance to diseases, drought, and are expected to contribute significantly to Uganda's agricultural landscape. Call for action. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, allow me to inform you that NARO is coming up with great innovations and technologies. These products and prototypes, if well funded and fully commercialized, will solve bottlenecks faced by the different enterprises along the agricultural value chains. The Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture has visited some of the stations and are impressed with the innovations. For emphasis, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, improved funding from government will give impetus to agricultural research, innovation and development that is best suited for the Ugandan context. May I also remind you, honorable colleagues, that historically, the venue for this year's event, Nasari, handled both crops and livestock research, making it an integrated center for semi-arid agriculture. However, over time, the livestock research component was shifted away from Serere, which in hindsight may have been a strategy to increase the special centers of excellence. However, livestock remains a critical part of the livelihood in the semi-arid regions where pastoralism and mixed farming systems are prevalent. As part of the MAIFO's commitment, there is now a strategic effort to restore livestock research and production to the region of Teso and the surrounding areas. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to point out that from the policymakers, researchers, to the multipliers and off-takers, distributors, retailers and farmers who produce the various foods we consume, we each have a role to play in ensuring that not only adequate food is provided, but should be safe and nutritious for all. Together we can promote the right to foods for a better life and a better future in our country. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, and I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, honorable members.
Procedure.
Honorable Minister, thank you.
Procedure.
The statement is self-explanatory and is not subject to a debate. Go and attend the World Food Day. It is going to be in Nasari, in Serere. Please go and see what is there.
The statement is supposed to be written by the minister, but it's written by the people.
It's not written by what?
This is a statement supposed to be minister's statement. But the minister has not owned the statement because it's written by the PS. And that's an anomaly, Right Honourable Speaker.
The minister works through technical people.
Yeah, but the minister has owned it. In this parliament, we sign all pages of the committee reports.
Sign the report. Minister will sign the report. That's a small thing.
Right Honourable Speaker, the statement is signed by the minister, but as a procedure of communication between the PSs and the clerk, it's the PS who signed the forwarding letter. But the statement
is it a forwarding letter or statement? What is signed?
And the minister should swear the minister has signed. The statement is there. There is a forwarding letter. Show us where the minister has signed or where you have signed.
Honorable members, a forwarding letter is always written by the PS to the clerk. Now, if a minister was the one writing, he would write to the speaker. So that is how things work.
Right Honourable Speaker, here with me, I have a signed statement signed by the minister, and I hereby lay it on the table.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3.2, statement by Minister on the shortage of essential medicines and health supplies at health facilities.
Honorable Minister of Health. Yes, procedure.
I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, rules don't allow MPs to just walk to your chair like that. Madam Speaker, the procedure issue I am raising relates to these statements. The earlier one read similar to many statements that are brought here on international days. And you've said we don't even need to debate it. Whether you should not consider government producing a chart here of those days, because there is almost a day, an international day being marked every week, from food to everything. But the procedure point I am raising, Madam Speaker, this particular day of food has a bearing on the statistics, which the Minister of Finance said he will deliver a statement next week. Because this is about hunger and food security. So, Madam Speaker, two issues in one. The first is whether these statements should not be evaluated, and instead of ministers coming here as if they are on a talk show, they just say, no, pin them at the entrance and we find them there. But two, the issues of food security and hunger. The report of the Bureau of Statistics has figures of Ugandans who are food insecure. How do we consume, Madam Speaker, even as you said we go to read this statement that you have said you can go and read, in relation to statistics that are still doubtable? So that's the procedure issue I am raising. Because the statistics have issued a number of Ugandans who are food insecure. You have now said you go and read this statement. We would want to read it in relation to the figures in the report. So can we be advised, Madam Speaker, what do we do before the Minister of Finance comes here with the final statement on the statistics?
The statement has been provided for under Rule 52.1, and this statement, as you said, it is a routine. When there is a function, say Independence, World Food Day, AIDS Day, whichever, the Teachers Day, the minister comes with a statement. Now, the issue of the census, we are waiting for the report. Everybody is very eager about the census, the deviation of what happened during the census. We want to understand, and that's what the report we are getting next week. I don't think between now and next week people in Ikira will die of hunger, because you say they want food. They will not die. Next item. Next item. Let's first get the issue of medicines. And for us in Busoga, the medicines are not there completely.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me express my appreciation to you for granting us this opportunity to respond to the concerns raised by honorable members regarding the shortage of essential medicines and health supplies in health facilities across the country. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it has been reported that many health facilities have previously experienced stockouts of essential commodities and have been unable to provide quality services due to delayed commodity deliveries and a low order fulfillment rate by the national medical stores. Honorable Speaker and members, the widespread shortages of EMS-HS in government health facilities were primarily a result of NMS being unable to access distribution funds from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in a timely manner. As a result, NMS would receive the funds late and would not deliver the services to the health centers as scheduled. However, I am pleased to report that this challenge has now been resolved. Starting with the 1st of July 2024, NMS was able to receive the distribution funds from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and commenced distribution as planned. Medicines are now distributed according to the published delivery schedule, including the backlog, which had not been distributed to the high-level facilities by the close of the financial year 2023-24. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the government and this August House for the additional allocation of 139 billion in financial year 2024-25 budget to NMS, National Medical Stores. This funding has significantly increased the quantity of EMSs available for government health facilities. As a result, NMS now has 3 delivery schedules, and these are, the first one is bi-monthly delivery schedule. This is done every 2 months, and this is delivery schedule for medical and health supplies for regional referral hospitals up to Health Center 2. The monthly delivery schedule for vaccines and EMHS, including oxygen, this is sent to the national referral hospitals. Then quarterly delivery schedule for all health facilities for bulk items, which include mama kits, IV fluids, syringes, liquid soap, and JIC. These are delivered quarterly. Right Honorable Speaker and members, as you may be aware, artificial shortages of medicines and health supplies at health facilities is caused by the theft of the EMHS health facilities and the irrational prescription of those medicines by some of the health workers. This compounds the problem of EMHS shortages. The Ministry of Health is working with NMS and other stakeholders to implement the last mile accountability up to the final beneficiary of essential medicines and health supplies at health facilities using IT innovation. The first phase is expected to be completed by the end of June 2025. This will provide information and on medicines dispensed at the health facilities. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, it is important to note that all the above interventions address the supply side of the medicines, but the most important and suitable solution is found in disease prevention and health promotion, and that addresses the demand side. And as Minister of PHC, I want to urge all of you, honorable colleagues, to embrace the communicate this message of prevention effectively. Finally, allow me to register my appreciation to the August House for your continued support to the health sector, and to reassure you of the Ministry's commitment to improve the delivery of essential services, medicines and services, in terms of quality, quantity, and timely delivery, when now that the challenge of inaccessibility of funds for distribution has already been addressed by the Ministry of Finance. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Health, Rose, Judith, Dr. Batua, and Noah. Then Dr. Pear.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister for the able response. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister has not said anything about leprosy. Leprosy is at an increase in West Nile. In the whole country, West Nile leads. And unfortunately, Terego leads in the whole country. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2020, the whole country had a number of 234 protection. Right Honorable Speaker, West Nile had the number of 165 out of the 234. In 2021, national figure was 407. West Nile had 384. In 2022, national figure was 581. West Nile had 439, and so forth. Right Honorable Speaker, people still treat leprosy as a curse, therefore making the victims isolated, and they don't have any help because they end up losing their fingers and toes. And in most cases, they have advanced wounds. Right Honorable Speaker.
Let's be brief in our submissions.
Yeah, thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll kindly request that Ministry of Health takes leprosy as an emergency and addresses it. I will lay this paper on table because it has all the details so that the Minister...
Of course, we need to know the authenticity of the paper.
The paper is from...
You can share with the Minister outside that, because it should be authenticated.
Yes. Thank you. I'll allow my brother to say something. Thank you.
You're from Tobago.
Madam Speaker, in some cultures in Uganda, such as one we practice, there is still a belief that leprosy is a cultural issue. When you offend some people and they cry, you actually get affected. And we have been practicing this kind of culture. So, and this culture is conflicting with what the Ministry of Health people tell us about this disease. So in their risk communications, I think it will be good to reconcile this kind of contradiction so that the people know what exactly are the causes of leprosy. Is it true that culturally, actually, one can get affected? I see that is contributing to prevalence of the problem. So I pray you let the minister go on ground and dig deeper.
Thank you. Honorable Minister Judith.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for really mentioning in her report about disease prevention and promotion, health promotion. Right Honorable Speaker, much as even Kwale district is one of the districts that has really vast shortage of medicines. For me, I would interest Ministry of Health if we prioritize health promotion and disease prevention, because more than 75% of the disease burden that is reported in our health facilities can be prevented. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to focus from today onwards that we put more money in disease prevention, because we have health workers, the public health workers, we have the health inspectors,
called environmental health workers, who are also, and health educators, who are actually employed by Ministry of Health. But Honorable Speaker, these people are not well facilitated to carry out their jobs. If we can give them motorbikes, we give them fuel, they run around in the communities, they sensitize our people, because as if health education has gone somewhere, we are not seeing it anymore, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Batua.
Thank you,
minute.
right Honorable Speaker. I wish to respond as the Shadow Minister of Health, and in a short but very elaborate way, that the problem of shortages of medicine in the country is a very big problem that needs us to get well-defined solutions or solution so as to settle. If you look at it from the angle of malaria, which is the biggest disease burden, Right Honorable Speaker, in 2022 World Health Organization, which is an authority in matters of health, indicated in its report that there are 12.7 million cases of malaria in Uganda annually, meaning every day 34,000 Ugandans get sick with malaria. In the same report, 17,556 are estimated deaths, which means 48 Ugandans die daily of malaria. Malaria is a curable disease that can give us a better understanding what shortages of medicine actually do to a country. I've been with the Committee of Health. We've gone through various hospitals in northern Uganda, eastern, western. It's very hurting to get into those hospitals and knowing these figures, 48 Ugandans dying daily. You find no malaria drug in those hospitals, in Padibe, in Moroto, in Kabale. Yet, the very drugs are on the shelves at national medical stores in Entebbe. And what is missing is the money for fuel, to fuel a truck, to transport that drug from the shelves in Entebbe to that distant health facility, so as to save the life of the 5-year-old child, so as to save the life of a mother. So it's only fuel. And when you look at this, because I've looked at the documents of national medical stores during the budget process, the cost of logistics for national medical stores is only 7%. Our prayer to change all this has always been that the Ministry of Finance front loads that money. 7% is small. For a quarter, national medical stores needs 25%. But this logistical support is only 7%. They can do it in 1 quarter. Right Honorable Speaker, when they front loaded in June this year, we had very effective drug distribution, just as the minister has indicated. So for the last 3 months, we've seen very good distribution of medicine. Personally, I have no comment, and I appreciate the report. But I'm not sure whether in this coming quarter, we are going to have drugs that are well distributed in the facilities, simply because we are not sure whether Ministry of Finance is going to front load that money. So I urge honorable members of parliament that we make a resolution on this matter. I know government is convinced with the IFMS system, the integrated financial management system, that they are following, where there are budget lines. So for logistical support, they will also send 25% of that money. Let's make a resolution on this and make an exception on the IFMS that for that particular budget line of logistical support, let the entire 7% that NMS needs to distribute drugs for the entire year be given to them at once, and all we start to demand is effective distribution of medicine. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you. Nathan. Then Noah. Nathan.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I thought you had not seen me.
No, how can I fail to see?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, medicine is a very important thing in this country. What we have discovered, even the pricing of medicine by NMS is higher than pharmacies. And yet, for them who enjoy a economies of scale, they would be buying more medicine from the same money. We could be they're saying finance is not doing well. But let us as Parliament also investigate how much does it cost. Maybe say a tablet, let me take an example, Panadol. How much is it in NMS? How much is it in the pharmacy? We did an investigation. We discovered that the price of medicine in NMS is higher than the pharmacies. Now, for them when they come in Parliament and you talk about medicine, everybody will raise that we need medicine. Minister of Finance has delayed to bring it, but they're not finding out what's the problem. And I want to plead with Parliament that if you are talking of transport, first and foremost, NMS has trucks. NMS has even contracts with outsiders who supply them, say, fuel and whatever. It cannot be an excuse that they cannot get fuel from Shell to transport the drugs. It is just something they are doing deliberately so that they come here, everybody gets up, you says, finance a problem, NMS right, so that they get away from their, they go with their crime. I want to plead to you members of Parliament, especially the Health Committee, take keen interest in how the operations of NMS are. Yes, drugs are essential, they are important. But even in most cases, even when they deliver, they are delivering drugs which are not mostly needed in hospitals. Most drugs are expiring on the shelves. Secondly, they get drugs from outside which have a less remaining with small life span, which those countries want to dump. In fact, they give them mostly free because they have the destruction costs are high. So now here you come, they have got them at a cheaper price, overpriced it to us, and when they're here, you're saying NMS is doing well and blaming others. It is important, means the Health Committee, to do a thorough investigation in operations of NMS before you come to cry in the house. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Noah.
Thank you very
Then
much,
Dr.
Right
Koya.
Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report, and I also want to thank the Minister of Finance for the front-loading of funds for the distribution. In the earlier discussion of the matters on medicine in this House, actually, we realized the issues were about releases for NMS, which were coming late. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to make a comment on the artificial shortages of medicines, which exacerbates stockouts in the health facilities. And in the Minister's report, he did not provide for us a solution how we are going to address this. The issues of polypharmacy at health facilities and the theft. When I was still active practicing, we used to use the health unit management committees to ensure that the medicines are appropriately managed. And during deliveries, they will be present in receiving, and then we would encourage them to regularly visit the health facility to see how medicines are used. And currently now we have ICT solutions for managing medicine usage at health facilities to control the exit of medicines from stores to the prescription desks. So I wanted to implore the Minister to explore these possibilities in facilities with the power and where these ICT solutions can work, so that we can address the issues of shortage of medicines as a result of theft. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Actually, the management system should be able to help in this monitoring of the drugs. Dr. Pear, we've agreed that we should have front loading of monies that is meant for drugs. That is one thing that we have agreed as a house. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. We've also agreed that the sectoral committees put keen interest. What Nathan has talked about, the cost of the drugs, should be monitored. Because the cost of the drugs must be monitored. How this is being managed, Dr. Chut, this is under you. And I know you're very capable, you'll manage this. You need to make sure you put keen interest in these drugs.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Dr. Chut wants to...
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we in our Northern Uganda report, we did a very extensive review on the issues on what is driving the drug shortages. On the issue that has been raised about front loading, that was an issue that happened last financial year, but addressed this financial year. But we also have the issue of artificial shortages. The drug is actually available at the facility, but the patients cannot access it. This is what we observed when we went on the ground. And this is why we made a very strong recommendation that we must digitalize the drug system itself, so that from NMS, you can trace the patient who received that Panadol, that anti-malarial, that injection. There's still a big gap in that particular area itself. But we take note of this and we'll continue to see what else can be done to strengthen that area itself.
And originally we used to get SMSs. You still get it, eh? For me, I stopped getting.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Are they still sending? Me, I don't get. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of medicines are so emotional that you have actually mentioned one of the issues that I was raising, that when we started this 11th Parliament, we engaged in the national medical stores and we would receive the SMSs. And when you are at the constituency, at times, you would even be invited to go and receive the medicines. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my issue is other stakeholders' involvement in the process of medicines, logistically, but also at the health center level. Our chair has recommended the issue of ICT, but I would also propose that as we digitize all these processes, I think it's important that we revitalize also the health management system. I wonder whether it's working or not, but in my own constituency, you just get to hear how some of these storekeepers are actually arrested in selling these drugs, or when the drug authorities are there getting medicines from government being sold at the clinics. So I think involvement of stakeholders that used to work well somehow needs to be revitalized. Right Honorable Speaker, finally, that the issue of stockouts are really a logistical and operational issue. And my colleague has alluded to procurement. In this country, most of our MDAs are so quick to buy what they can actually not manage or deliver where they are. And I think the planning should involve from procurement to delivery and management. I don't think you can go and buy medicine when you don't have fuel to take it to the next level. I think there should be some either politics or corruption or connivance somewhere. That as a house, we should stop proving procurement without the delivery of some of these facilities that we need at the health centers. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And Honorable Minister, you need to know that is our constitutional right. Constitutional right under Objective 14 that we must have access to health services, among others. So you need to take it seriously and make sure that all hospitals have drugs. Yes. James? James, Linda? Honorable members, we have other, you'll speak on other things. Yes, speak.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister clearly indicated how the processes for NMS is undergoing, and you clearly stated that we used to get messages whenever drugs are delivered in our areas. But the issue is, whenever those drugs are delivered, you may find the essential drugs are lacking in those deliveries. Right Honourable Speaker, if you go to my hospital, main hospital in Germany, you may find so many drugs that has got expired, which are not used in the health facilities, but still our own people are lacking drugs. What type of deliveries are those? How are those deliveries done? The belief is whenever deliveries are made, we have districts that submit requests for drugs, and the drugs are submitted or taken to those districts according to the request made by the respective district or health facilities. But on deliveries, you cannot get those. The issue of Health Unit Management Committee, Right Honourable Speaker, we want to thank government so much. The last health unit manuals which were given by the government shows that a person to be nominated in the Health Unit Management Committee, he also must have been at least a senior for liver, who will be able to monitor the processes which are taking place in these health facilities here. But still, that is not enough, Right Honourable Speaker. We need the government to take deliberate effort to empower this Health Unit Management Committee to know their work so that they'll be able to help government in a...
Linda?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister of Health for the statement, and also to agree with her that yesterday 2 trucks delivered drugs in my city. But Madam Speaker, drugs are delivered once in 2 months, but within 1 week there are no drugs in the hospitals. There is need for us to increase the budget for these medicines, because the medicines that are being delivered are not enough, and these hospitals end up running without drugs and putting patients...
Maybe there is need, first of all, to check whether there is safety of these drugs and accountability of the drugs that are being delivered.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And also, Madam Speaker, cases of accident have increased on the road, whereby you find most of our referral hospitals, when you look at the surgical wards, they are really very dilapidated, they are very small. There is need for government to budget for money to improve on regional referral hospitals on our surgical ward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Sauda. Atima.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Still on the issue of SMSs, Right Honourable Speaker, NMS, I think due to the demand by the MPs, they started sending SMSs whenever they could deliver. But now it is a habit that they send SMSs even when they've not delivered. When they send you and you call the hospital, they say we have not received anything. So I wanted to notify you about that. Then another thing, Right Honourable Speaker, the people of Iganga have been demanding that maybe they bring the pharmacies, because every time they are crossing the road to go and buy medicines across, and they've been knocking down people. They leave the sick people in the hospital and they knock down the people who are going to buy the medicines. So they were putting a request that maybe government allows these pharmacies be brought inside the hospital, because if even on Saturday morning we had an accident. On several occasions we've been asking UNRWA to put humps on that road, but they have been failing. But at least they've had our cry, they are going to put humps. Another thing that I brought on notice here on the floor of Parliament, it was about the electricity. Babies have been dying, Right Honourable Speaker, because the electricity, the line is not proper. They depend on the generator, and the monies that they allocate the hospital is small. So you find that even the sterilizer broke down, and now they had to go to a health center 3 of some sub-county to bring the sterilizer from there to bring it in the hospital for the general hospital.
I was actually surprised in Soroti how they could take a patient from the referral hospital to be operated in the health center 3.
Yes.
Health center 3 in Soroti, and the person died. Yes, there's a problem.
Right Honourable Speaker, you're right. That's what is happening in Iganga. They got a
sometimes what they do, because the theater is not operating now, they get the patients from the general hospital, they send them, they refer them to the health center 3s.
Honorable Minister, you need to take note of that.
Yes.
The referral hospitals.
Yes.
Honorable members, the referral hospitals are referring patients to health center 3s.
Yes.
I have evidence to that effect. It happened in Soroti Referral Hospital and the patient passed on. Honorable members.
Thank you.
Yes, Atima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Minister for the report, and I want to thank the Ministry for helping NMS to come up with a schedule of delivering these drugs. At least this has now sorted the issue of shortages in the facilities. But Honorable Minister, I want to draw your attention on the area of artificial shortage. Honorable Minister, as a colleague noticed, you did not clearly come up with a solution of how you will address this artificial shortage. Theft of drugs and essential items in health facilities has been the order of the day. I have a rural regional referral hospital which has been so associated with this theft. We got equipment stolen from the hospital, an ambulance was stolen from the hospital, and when the security was investigating, Honorable Minister, your ministry decided to transfer those personnel who were involved to another location, meaning you are transferring the same problem from one facility to another facility instead of prosecuting these people and bringing them to book. So that's a very serious concern. Then number two, Right Honorable Speaker, the concern I want to put before the minister is we have government is spending
members,
money.
You've debated this issue for over an hour.
I just wanted to
Rule
make that one point.
52 gives you 1 hour. There is a motion from Bualo.
Right Honorable, can I make that one point?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the one point I wanted to make is government spends money on personnel, especially internal auditors of these facilities. What work are they doing? Are they checking this theft? Are they being supervised, or they are just being, employed for doing nothing? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Bualo. Why is the Bualo scared?
I'm not scared. Right, Honorable Speaker, as just a second before I move a motion, this Parliament, in its wisdom, in April 2021, passed a resolution to honor Dr. Epodoi and the medical personnel in Soroti Hospital for the historical operation that they conducted to separate the conjoined twins. These twins were referred to Mulago Hospital, and Mulago condemned them. They were referred back to Soroti Hospital. Soroti Hospital, with its humble doctors, conducted this successful operation. The Parliament at that time made a resolution that the hospital be equipped and renovated. As I speak now, Madam Speaker, the theater of Soroti Referral Hospital has been condemned. One. Number two, Soroti Hospital is operating without a medical ward. Number three, because of the problem of production of oxygen, the plant, we don't have only power to power the plant. We keep having in and out of stock of the oxygen. So, Madam Speaker, I would want to remind the Ministry of Health and Government to go to the archives, take this up, and equip Soroti Hospital as we passed as this Parliament. Having said that, Madam Speaker, we have debated this matter. We have listened to you, Honorable Minister. I therefore move a motion. Information Authority.
Honorable members, we've debated this issue. We have all the issues concerning the medical sector, and we've gotten reports, very good reports from the sectoral committee. And Honorable Minister, you know, it is a constitutional right for one to have health services on top of other issues, and also ensure that there is timely and planned delivery and procurement of medicines to be delivered to the hospitals or health centers. And all the hospitals that we have should be functional. But it is unfortunate that some hospitals are not functional. They are not reachable because of the bad roads. So the supply chain of drugs from NMS to the hospital is a problem. You really need to work on that. Minister?
The motion has been overtaken. So I therefore raise a motion that we stop the debate so that we move to other matters in the order paper.
Thank you. Thank you. It was.
I'm rising to second the motion.
Have I put a question?
No, because the motion must be seconded before you even put
Have
a
I
question.
put a question that is it seconded?
That's why I rose here to second the motion. That
Sit down.
the motion moved is second.
Next. Honorable Minister, it is not, seriously, it's not a laughing matter. We need this procurement, the supply chain, to be very clear. And honorable members, don't wait to come to the house. Go to these people's ministries and tell them you don't have the drugs. Next item.
Item 3.3, statement by Minister on the status of health facilities in northern Uganda.
It was, we are not, I ruled it, the eyes had it.
Thank you.
Honorable members, just a minute, just come back a bit. In the public gallery, we have pupils and teachers from Crane Junior School from Lira City. Lira City. You're most welcome. They are represented by Honorable Vincent Cedric Obong. Honorable Cedric is around, and Honorable Jane Ruth Achen, the Minister of Health. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Stand up. First stand up. You're very smart. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have teachers and students from St. Stephen's Secondary School in Jeru Municipality, that's Buikwe, represented by Honorable Mutasingwa Diana, welcome, and Honorable Luanga Jimmy. Luanga Jimmy is Lope deployed him. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. When you go back, you tell them you have very good members of parliament. Yes, yes, Buzaya.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, 2 months ago, I presented the case here regarding the defaults on the Yaka meters.
On the what?
On the new Yaka meters. Yaka meters. Yaka.
How does it come in as a procedural matter now?
Yes,
here?
Right Honourable Speaker, I request that you listen to me.
Honourable Buzaya.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Buzaya, let's finish the issue of medicine. Let's finish the. Let her give us the response on medicine.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me start with Honourable Biga on leprosa. Honourable Biga, we shall send a team from Ministry of Health, and I shall connect you with everybody so that they can get in touch with you to verify and also get the feel of the problem in West Nile. Judith Atiak, I want to really agree with you that 75% of the diseases that we are treating in this country are preventable. And so we better go for prevention rather than cure. And this is caused by sometimes poor feeding, that causes malnutrition. Overfeeding causes obesity, and obesity is a disease too. And also feeding on the wrong diet and not working our bodies, working out our bodies. We need to exercise our bodies every day rather than sitting and then driving home and watching TV and getting to sleep. Dr. Batwa, I am really grateful for you for the question you have raised on malaria. However, the numbers are 16 people per day, which is really sad. We shouldn't be losing our children, mostly children and pregnant women, to malaria. But the good news is that World Health Organization, as you're aware, passed the vaccination for malaria, and sooner or later we shall roll it out. Honorable Nandala says the medicines of NMS are more expensive than in pharmacies. I really don't understand that question because I know that NMS doesn't sell medicines. All they do is to distribute to health centers that belong to government and PNFPs. Dr. Musa talked about the theft of drugs. You know that there is a health monitoring unit of State House which deals with that. And I hope you have also seen the NDA arresting a number of people hiding these drugs in their homes. I've seen Dr. Medad Bitekerezo in so many places talking about these culprits that steal drugs from our health facilities. Dr. Agnes Apea, thank you for your question, but all this comes back to our own communities because every health facility has got a management committee. We need to go back as legislators and as representatives of the people and find out whether these management committees really go to these health facilities. Because a management committee can even recommend to a cow, to a DHO, that there is an errant health worker who doesn't come here or who steals drugs. And these people will be dismissed. Honorable James, I have heard your cries from Adjumani. And I really want to tell you members, most of you raised the question of SMS. Sometimes we change numbers and then they remain sending on the old number. Because some people are saying they get them, others are saying they don't get them. So I'll take the information to NMS so that everybody receives the medicines. Honorable Linda from Fort Portal City, thank you for appreciating that at least you get the messages, and also that you saw trucks delivering drugs. Now your next step should be to check whether these drugs are being used in the health facilities or in private people's clinics. Dr. Achote, that drugs are delivered but patients don't get them. This comes to the same thing, the management of these hospitals. These are management which are picked from the community nearest to these health facilities. So if they were monitoring well, you know, a drug is not a pin or a needle. It's something a little bulky, And so when you carry it out of the hospital, sincerely, if you are not seen by a colleague, then an askari. Then if the askari has not seen you, the community alone should report such people, even if they are beneficiaries of these stolen drugs. Honorable Sauda, we want to thank you for your good question on NMS not sending messages nowadays, and also having no electricity on some of our health centers. In my next report, I'll be giving a status only for Northern Uganda, but we have also written to the Ministry of Energy to make sure they distribute, they take an extra mile to take electricity to schools, hospitals, and other facilities that host many people. Right, Honorable Speaker, you have given your own experience whereby a person died while being referred from a bigger hospital to a smaller one. We do not allow that at all. You cannot have a general hospital and then you refer a person to a health center 4. And the health center 3 is even worse, because the health center 3 does not have a theater. So I wonder which people did this and whether they were reprimanded. Because as a ministry, we have a rewards and sanctions committee, which is supposed to handle such characters who misbehave in the health sector. Honorable Atim talked about also thefts. Atima talked about thefts, and Dr. Honorable Ebualu, I've called you doctor. Be a doctor for once. Anyway, yes, we really need to honor that doctor who separated conjoined twins from sorority. But also Mulago has done several of these by Dr. Sekabira. He's a senior surgeon. I've met some of the conjoined twins that he has separated. Thank you, honorable members, for all these questions. And we are open to really meeting you and discussing, even on a one-on-one in my office, and we see how to sort out the many difficult problems. Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Thank you. So, how are you dealing with the issue of stealing of drugs, where we are saying you need a management system to do an audit trail?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I did explain that we have the Health Monitoring Unit of State House, which has arrested quite a number of people, especially health workers who have been stealing drugs. But we still get those complaints from people. And many of them have been arrested, others have been arraigned in court, others have been interdicted, quite many of them.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, drugs are not just lost at the health facilities.
Next.
Item 5. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report on Uganda's High Commission in Dar es Salaam, Nairobi, and Mombasa Consulate for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Honorable members, you recall that on Thursday, 29th August 2024, this House, the report was presented to this House, but the final decision was, no, that's not the one, but the chairperson of the committee is available. Chair or vice? Honorable Namuga, please go ahead and present the report. Former Minister of ICT.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for recognizing me in that capacity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this report, and I thank my chair for also giving way and mentoring. Right Honorable Speaker, I also thank you for giving us a mighty team in the Public Accounts Committee Central, a committee of 47 members who have executed on their mandate, and that is the reason as to why we've managed to have these so many reports on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, as you've rightly said, my name is Gorethi Namuga, representing the people of Maogola County and the Deputy Chair of Public Accounts Committee Central, here to present former Shadow Minister for Science, Innovation and Communications Technology in the alternative government. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present a report of the Public Accounts Committee Central of the Auditor General on Uganda's High Commissions in Dar es Salaam, Nairobi, Mombasa for the year ended June 2022-23. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the minutes and also beg to lay a copy of the minutes and also beg to lay a copy of the original report, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has over 35 foreign representations abroad in terms of embassies and consulates which are audited yearly by the Auditor General. However, over the last 3 years, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has not been able to consider these reports mainly because of budgetary constraints, Right Honorable Speaker. And yet some of these missions have continued to attract qualified opinion reports from the Office of the Auditor General. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore make an appeal to your office to ensure that we facilitate the committee to carry out its mandate of overseeing these missions so as to reduce on the queries that are raised every financial. Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I'll go straight to the Auditor General's report and I'll begin with the Uganda High Commission in Tanzania. Honorable colleagues, I want you to note that the mandate of Uganda's High Commission in Tanzania is to promote commercial diplomacy and Uganda's interests in the United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, Mozambique, Malawi, Comoros, and Madagascar. Right Honorable Speaker, this mission received a budget of 9.5 billion. This was the budget, out of which 4.5 billion was warranted. And they had a shortfall of 5 billion, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister of Agriculture, we have bills and agriculture. I hope you're coming back.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want the House to take note that this budget for this mission was had a shortfall of 5 billion, and automatically that affects the operations of the mission. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go to performance under NTR. And honorable colleagues, this mission planned all budgeted to collect 84 million, out of which 83 million was collected, Right Honorable Speaker, representing a performance of 98%. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the High Commission of Dar es Salaam had under-budgeted for the NTR for the year in question. And that is the reason as to why it overperformed. So the committee recommends that the accounting officer should take realistic NTR targets based on a trend analysis and consider exploring new sources of NTR to enhance revenue collection. Performance of GOU warrants, Right Honorable Speaker, as noted previously, they had a shortage of 5 billion. And this was meant for programs such as governance and security, with activities such as relocation of the Chancery from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma in compliance with the decision of the Tanzanian government to move all government officers, including foreign missions, to Dodoma. However, this could not be done due to lack of resources. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was informed that the High Commission had already invested over 69 million in preparing the design documents in anticipation for the construction. These funds are therefore likely to be rendered wasteful in the project because the project wasn't implemented due to shortage of funding. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that government should provide money for completion of the project to enable the commission to be moved to Dodoma, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should consider entering into a PP agreement with the private sector, including NSSF, to fund the construction of the new Chancery in Dodoma. Right Honorable Speaker, unsupported budget outputs. As noted in the previous reports, honorable colleagues, the mission contrary to the Public Finance and Accounting Regulation 11.2, the Auditor General observed that the budgets for all the outputs that were assessed were not supported by individual activity costing, Right Honorable Speaker. And this automatically affects the implementation of these outputs, Right Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the committee recommends that the accounting officer should be cautioned for flouting the regulations, that is public finance and management regulations, in relation to costing of activities at the time of budgeting. This is the reason as to why some activities are either not implemented and others are left out at the time of implementation of the budget, and others are overcosted at the time of procurement. So the committee recommends that the Minister of Finance should consider organizing periodic capacity building, enhancing intervention for the planners at the mission. So, Right Honourable Speaker, this should be effected immediately because this affects the implementation of the plan for the mission. Right Honourable Speaker, on implementation of outputs still, the Auditor General assessed the implementation of the same 8 outputs and noted that the outputs were partially implemented. Right Honourable Speaker, from all the reports that we've presented as Park Central, we have a challenge. We do the budgeting, but items are partially implemented. This means that you will have idle investment. You start on an item, it is stopped in the middle. So that means government will not deliver on its mandate, and at the end of the day, it affects service delivery. Right Honourable Speaker, the accounting officer should be held responsible for the partial implementation of all activities that were implemented, for all the activities that were partially implemented according to the work plan. And also the accounting officer should ensure proper planning, budgeting, and including costing of activities to guide budget execution. Right Honourable Speaker, there is also a query of failure to develop land. Right Honourable Speaker, the Auditor General observed that the mission owns 2 plots of land in prime locations in the city centre. However, this land had remained undeveloped or underutilized for more than 5 years. This land, one of it is located in Dar es Salaam, and the details are land at Kaunda Drive, and this land is idle and there is no development on the same land. And still, there is also another land that is housing the old official residence of the ambassador on Yasser Arafat Road. The land has also remained idle for the last 5 years. Therefore, the committee recommends that the accounting officer should make a business case in developing the properties in order for it to get priority under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 2, the committee recommends that the accounting office recommends that the High Commission, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, should consider the option of entering into private-public partnership arrangement with the Uganda companies so as to develop that very land. Right Honourable Speaker, this land is in prime areas, and once we invest in it, it can be a source of revenue to our country. Government preparedness to open up a consulate in Arusha. Right Honourable Speaker, the Auditor General noted that during the financial year under review, the government opened up a consulate office in Arusha with the primary objective of promoting Uganda's interests in the East African Community Secretariat. However, the Auditor General reviewed the current state of the consulate and noted the following. The consulate was significantly underfunded, which was affecting operations, and in the financial year under review, the consulate was only provided with 480 million. Right Honourable Speaker, we are speaking about missions abroad. And if these missions are not given adequate budgets, we shall suffer diplomatic embarrassments, as you've been observing, honourable colleagues. So they need to be given the money so as they can represent us very well. The consulate also lacked computers, office equipment. Can you imagine? Missions lack computers. And also the consulate was understaffed, and lack of critical staff such as the consular officers and administrative officers who are critical given the activities that the mission should be handling. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that the accounting officer continues to engage the Minister of Finance for adequate resources and optimally operate the consulate. So the consulate in Arusha is underperforming because of inadequate funding. So, Right Honourable Speaker, that is the report for the consulate in the consulate in Arusha. So the next consulate is Mombasa. Right Honourable Speaker, during the financial year under review, and you should note, honourable colleagues, that the mandate of this consulate is also to promote and protect Uganda's national interest in Kenya and other countries of accreditation. They also received a budget of 6 billion and only received 5.8 billion, having a shortfall of 468 million.
Right Honorable Speaker, on NTR, it was noted that there was a misrepresentation of figures between the Office of the Auditor General and the entity, where according to the approved NTR for the financial year under review, the consulate had budgeted to collect 57 million. However, the accounting office had disputed the above figures of the Auditor General and instead submitted that they were supposed to collect 6 million. So there was from a difference of 57 million to 6 million. So these figures, Right Honorable Speaker, they were confusing, and this was according to the report of the Auditor General. However, the accounting officer acknowledged that, the committee noted that the conflicting figures quoted in the Auditor General's report and that of the accounting officer was misleading and did not give a true picture of what transpired in the organization. And moreover, the accounting officer did not remit even the little that was collected. The 3.4 million was not remitted, reportedly collected during the financial year to the consolidated fund, which was irregular and illegal, contrary to Section 30, Part 1 of the Public Finance and Accounting Regulations, or Act. The accounting officer acknowledged the non-remittance of funds and attributed this to the hefty bank charges that took the whole of the money. The accounting officer said that all the money that was collected was absorbed in bank charges, so that is why the money was not remitted to the consolidated fund. The accounting officer should always liaise with the Minister of Finance in order to arrive at more realistic NTR, and the accounting officer should conform to Section 30 of the PFMA and ensure that all transactions are captured in the books of accounts for completeness. Right Honorable Speaker, the Accountant General should organize a capacity enhancing fresher course for the officers in the account section. Right Honorable Speaker, we observed, much as there is understaffing, but the staff in the accounting department were I should not say they were incompetent, but really the performance was far below standard. And the Office of the Accountant General should take note of that. In the performance of government warrants, we noted that the budget was 6 billion and they only received 5 billion, which was a shortfall of 446 million. Automatically, this affected the performance of the mission. The committee recommends that government should fully fund the consulate to promote and attract trade and investment. And on utilization of these warrants, Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reported that out of the warrants of 5.8 billion availed to the consulate during the financial year under review, only 5.4 was utilized, resulting to unutilized warrants of 408 million. Honorable colleagues, much as there was a shortage in releases, but even the little that was released wasn't fully utilized. And therefore, the committee recommends that the accounting officer should strengthen financial control measures and ensure accurate posting in the financial statement. And also, the accounting officer should ensure that the affected activities are rolled over for implementation in the subsequent financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, this also comes back to implementation of outputs. It was also noted that the Auditor General noted that out of the 4 outputs that had been fully quantified, the 4 outputs that had been fully quantified with a total of 25 outputs worth that money. For this, unique about this mission, at least their outputs were quantified. We really commend them for that. And the committee agrees with the Auditor General that non-implementation of much as these were quantified, but we still have some activities that were not implemented. This speaks to the 408 million that of those activities that were not implemented, yet the money was received. Diversion and mischarge. Right Honorable Speaker, from a sample of transactions reviewed, the Auditor General noted that funds to the tune of 18 million was irregularly charged from the activities which they were budgeted and spent on the activities which were out of the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, 18 million might look little, but this is accountability. This is government money and it ought to be accounted for. So the committee recommends that the accounting officer should be held responsible for diverting the 18 million. Lastly on this, Right Honorable Speaker, lack of land for the consulate, lack of title for the consulate land at plot 1/50 on Nyeri, Mombasa, Kenya. The Auditor General reported that the consulate was allocated land measuring approximately 1 acre at Nyeri, Mombasa by the Uganda Property Holdings in 2022. The land was valued and by the government valuer through the and the consulate intends to construct the chancery and staff accommodation. The Auditor General noted that they were still processing the title for the same piece of land. Up to now, they have no title. And therefore, the committee recommends that the accounting officer should expedite the process of obtaining the title to ensure that the ongoing construction work is completed and in time. Right Honorable Speaker, lastly is Uganda Commission in Nairobi. Honorable colleagues, we should take note that we lost our ambassador, Hassan Waswa Galiwango. That was in January 2023. And we still continue to condole with the family of our late colleague. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this House should note that up to now, the ambassador has not been replaced. We don't have a substantive ambassador in Nairobi. I will not say that this is a diplomatic embarrassment, but Right Honorable Speaker, we should take note. We need to have the ambassador recruited and a substantive one. We should take note that the mandate of this mission is to promote and protect Uganda's interest in Kenya and the region, and it has double mandate as a bilateral station with multiple accreditation to Kenya and multiracial representation to the UN environment and UN habitat. Right Honorable Speaker, the mission of Nairobi is a bit unique. Its scope is very wide. And I wonder why government has not picked interest in recruiting a substantive ambassador for that mission. I think for the last 1.5 years, we need to take note, honorable colleagues. The Uganda High Commission in Nairobi, Right Honorable Speaker, received a budget. During the financial year under review, the mission had a budget of 14.07 billion and also received a supplementary of 330 million, making a total of 14.4 billion. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we should note all the budget was released for this mission. The performance of NTR, Right Honorable Speaker. The Auditor General reviewed the NTR estimates for the year under review and noted that the mission had budgeted to collect NTR of 350 million during the year under review and only collected 210, which is an under correction, and the committee recommended that the accounting officer should incorporate all sources of revenue in order to come up with a realistic NTR. The Accountant General should consider offering capacity building session in bookkeeping for the head of accounts to enhance credibility, accuracy, and consistency in the books of accounts. Right Honorable Speaker also took note of that mission is accounts section which was a bit performing below standard, and the Accountant General should take note. Honorable colleagues, as we do proceed with this submission, you should also take note that the newly renovated building in Nairobi was, you know what happened when the Gen Zs had riots? Our building was burnt. I should say it was burnt, which was a serious loss to our country, and you will get the figures as we proceed. Utilization of warrants, Right Honorable Speaker. The Accountant General reported during the year under review that we had that budget as I indicated, and they received it 100%. The Auditor General observed that the mission did not spend funds to the tune of 1 billion, representing a 7.16% of its funding. And on further scrutiny, it was noted that this amount majorly comprised of funds released for the refurbishment of Uganda House during the year under review. During the year under review, there was the mission received this it was 1.034 billion, but the refurbishment didn't take place at that time. And the accounting officer explained that the bulk of the affected activities was as a result of budget cuts. They claimed that there were budget cuts. Yes, the Auditor General indicates that the money was received. The committee recommends that the accounting officer should ensure that work plans are strictly followed and implemented timely. The Accountant General should consider offering capacity building still. Implementation of outputs. The Auditor General assessed the implementation of the sampled 6 outputs with 11 activities worth 14.4 billion, and noted that one of the output and one activity expenditure worth this was fully implemented. The Auditor General reported that the mission did not implement the following activities. There are many, but we can note a few. 3 business meetings between tourist operators in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. These were not organized. and also staff were not trained to support tourism marketing and handling. The committee noted that non-implementation of outputs and activities despite receiving the money implies that the money was diverted to do something else, which means diversion. This leads to a diversion. So the recommendation of the committee is that the accounting officer should ensure that all output/activities are implemented as per the approved work plan and should seek for approval of where need arises. Compliance to national planning and budgeting requirements. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm about to finish. The Auditor General reviewed the certificate of compliance for the annual budget for the financial year under review and assessed the report issued by National Planning Authority and found that overall the mission's performance of the BFP and annual budget was at 58% compliance in relation to delivering activities according to the NDP3 plans through the use of corresponding output indicators. The mission registered non-alignment to the BFP and annual budget on the following: science-based capacity building, government institutions enrolled, and commercial diplomacy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the Minister of Foreign Affairs should liaise with the National Planning Authority to have foreign missions appraised in a manner that fits within the mandates and outputs according to 1.5, refurbishment of Uganda House. Right, Honorable Speaker, Government of Uganda owns a commercial property in Nairobi, Uganda House, as everyone knows, and Uganda House within the twin building on plot 209 and that plot, Kenyatta Avenue. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reported that the mission proceeded with the procurement of the contractors, as you may see, but we may note that there were delays in the works. Right, Honorable Speaker, there were delays, but I think colleagues should note that much as the activities were later executed up to the end, the same building was burnt. So you are going to get challenges of accountability. The building was burnt before handover. And Right, Honorable Speaker, Government of Uganda spent money to the tune of 14 billion. Let us get the right figure. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reported that the mission proceeded with the procurement of the contractors for remodeling of the two twin building and a contract worth 740 Kenyan shillings, which is equivalent to 24.4 billion shillings. Right, Honorable Speaker, all this money was spent, but hardly before the handover, the building was burnt. So, by the Gen Zs during the demonstration. So, whoever is looking for accountability, for 24 billion, the building was burnt before it was handed over to Government of Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to submit, and thank honorable colleagues for the contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Namuga. Thank you so much. Honorable Jessica.
Thank you.
Jessica Wilson.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also thank the committee for a very good report. My major concern is on the poor absorption capacity. Yet, many of the entities do not have money to use. Right Honorable Speaker, as I agree with the recommendation of the committee, but I think Ministry of Finance and Government must do more than what we are recommending, so that at the time of deploying our accounting officers and other officers to take responsibility of managing institutions, we should send people who can do work properly, beginning from the planning. Right Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, we have echoed here that we should not appropriate monies unless it is properly planned for. That means that we were not told the right thing at the time of appropriation. Because if we knew that more was planned, but the capacity to utilize was low,
probably as Parliament we would have rejected appropriation of such an amount of money. To Right Honourable Speaker, I support government in the role given to our embassies for the commercial diplomacy. But Right Honourable Speaker, unless we budget appropriately, because you need to market your country, that calls for several activities. But the figures said in this report reflects that in many of the embassies, we have not provided enough money for these people to play the role of commercial diplomacy. Therefore, case by case, I support the recommendation that we need to add more money for many of these embassies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The issue of the environment, that is under section 22 of the Public Finance Management Act, where the accounting officer is supposed to get permission from the minister to vary or to divert funds. And failure to that, he must be responsible for it. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I raise on a procedural point. The committee has reported that the Uganda House was burnt down. And it had just been refurbished at a cost of 24.4 billion.
How much?
24.4. Yes. But the major aspect I'm raising on is seeing the Attorney General and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Uganda House must and should be a diplomatic property. And it was gutted not by electric short circuits, but Kenyan citizens deliberately moved to torch down our Uganda House, our mission.
For diplomacy, you may not say Kenyan citizens. You say the house was
our
burnt.
brothers.
Our brothers and
our
sisters.
brothers, but not within our boundaries, but within the Kenyan jurisdiction. Right Honourable Speaker, wouldn't government take this up? One, an attack on a foreign mission shouldn't just pass off casually as they seem to be doing. Number two, all that is lost must be made good by the host country.
Thank you.
And we are seated here, we are not probing that before we put our accounting officers to task. But this was an act of aggression. A protest note should have been attached.
AJ.
I appreciate my colleague raising that matter. Had not noticed that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is here. But for purposes of diplomacy, like the Right Honourable Speaker has guided, this matter is being handled at a diplomatic level. I believe that at the right time, the report will be tabled here. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's a very pertinent issue.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to this particular very important matter. Right Honourable Speaker, when Uganda House was torched, government of Uganda was very concerned, but I must also say government of Kenya was equally concerned. The matter was handled at very high diplomatic levels, where a letter of regret was sent from government of Kenya by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya to his counterpart, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Minister of Foreign Affairs did receive a copy, but as you are aware, the head of diplomacy in a country is the President. We even discussed this matter at cabinet level, and the president pledged to handle this matter diplomatically. So the matter is being handled.
Such, Honorable Minister, I just want to show you something here. I was calling Sech Kubo, who you show him. Wilson.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, we may not be very good at diplomacy, but all we want is our house. Period. Because if it had happened here, it would have been an issue. We want our house. Yes, Wilson.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I have listened to the report covering major East African missions.
Let him finish, then you make get a clarification.
That is on reported on the diplomacy.
Patrick, since when did you become?
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, I like when the committee recommends that underfunding of these missions leads us to diplomatic embarrassment. And we have said this time and again, the other rider in the report is about accounting officers. I've had opportunity to serve in diplomatic missions for some considerable time. These foreign service officers are actually diplomats from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, recommended and appointed by Ministry of Finance, and actually supervise it. And majority of the accounting models they use are homemade and controlled from here. And so Ministry of Finance, Auditor General and all others, surely it should not be that Parliament is the one recommending. These are their officers. They are accountable like we have most officers under their docket. I would like that we put this, we implement it, and we put Ministry of Foreign Affairs to task. Otherwise, it should not be, it is their responsibility because they're handling public finance.
Thank you.
I like, so secondly, the issue of Arusha. Arusha, of course, the consulate in Arusha is a recommendation of East African community. And all member states have deployed their ambassadors in Arusha to support the implementation of the treaty. It is absurd that ours as Uganda, and Uganda is the champion of East African Community and Federation. So it can't be that it is Uganda that is underfunding her own mission. It's really unfortunate. I would like us to walk the talk.
Thank you. Clarification from
Thank you very much,
Patrick.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, some time back, when our traders were trading in South Sudan, they lost property and many goods. But the heavy diplomacy that people are talking about here ended up asking Uganda to pay. And it is our government. Money was passed here to pay the traders. I want to hear from the
partial payment.
And it was partial.
It was partial, not all of it.
And they said it is diplomacy. After diplomacy, we've ended up agreeing that it is you who is supposed to pay your traders.
The story behind Uganda paying that money was a guarantee. Uganda was paying for and on behalf of South Sudan. Which South Sudan? It's a debt to South Sudan. I remember very well in the 10th Parliament, and I was in this house that when that was passed, the agreement was written. We even went to South Sudan on the same thing. So we only guaranteed, because the traders were our traders and we were suffering, we said we cannot let our traders to suffer. Let's pay on behalf, and South Sudan is to pay.
Thank you.
Maybe he will make
Thank
another
you.
clarification.
Actually, Madam Speaker, you brought it out very well. Thank you very much. Now I want to know from our minister, is it not going to be the same story? That what happened in Kenya, and your diplomat is going to tell us, end up saying, Uganda, please clear your bills. We shall see, because it is you who love East African community very much than the rest of. So, Madam Speaker, that's the clarification I needed from.
Yes, Dr. Boka. And then Milton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then Eddie.
I thank the chair for the report.
Dr. Kefa.
And particular consulate in Mombasa, because recently we were in
Please,
Mombasa.
a minute.
We had a Ugandan that had a health problem, and the consulate did its best to rescue that Ugandan. For that, they are very, very grateful. I have two quick issues. Number one is related to the issue of commercial diplomacy, and within the context of the East African community, where we need to support our traders for export promotion. And indeed, a number of our traders are grappling in entering the East African community markets. Many have lost money, and especially in the Republic of South Sudan. I really wish we build the capacities of our embassies within the East African community, Africa and beyond, in real commercial diplomacy for export promotion. The second issue is related to tracking our citizens when they enter the country and exit. I've interacted with a number of Ugandans within Africa and outside Africa on whether or not their embassies know their presence. And to my dismay, many of the citizens are not registered, to an extent that when problems arise, it will be very difficult to trace them and to evacuate them. What is being done by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our embassies to see to it that even if it's not brick and mortar, we have a digital mechanism of tracking the entry and the exit of our citizens in these countries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Milton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the committee for their good report, but at the same time, wish to register maybe my disappointment for the non-deployment of a substantive ambassador. To date, for 1.5 years, this underperformance could have been occasioned by the non-deployment of a substantive ambassador in Nairobi. I'm made to believe. But Madam Speaker, I don't know whether it is deliberate. Maybe our minister will clarify whether they have kept updating the head of state of this gap, this vacuum, because before the deployment of the late Haji Galiwango, it even took a lot of time to have an ambassador in Nairobi. I don't know whether the potential is not being felt or seeing that it can take this long to have an ambassador. We have career diplomats who are a little, when you visit some missions, they're a little idle, a little redundant, complaining of non-deployment when we are having vacuum at certain embassies.
Thank you. We don't want again two idle people. Let's get it.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. I want to say this, Right Honorable Speaker. Under the East African community integration, it calls for widening and deepening the integration in the areas of economic, social, and political. Having one passport the proposal of having one currency calls for removing the embassies. Why should we have embassies in a country that we are yearning to have, like the East African community, having one country? So I think Uganda is losing interest in these embassies. Maybe we are ahead of other countries. Otherwise, we would now be thinking of how best do we put right our embassies, because the report really gives us so many weaknesses and issues that our government needs to address. But Right Honorable Speaker, under East African community integration, we need to have a country that doesn't call for embassies. Because if you are owning one passport, the entire region, why do you call for an embassy? We are yearning to remove borders, such that we have one country where everyone is supposed to move freely, to trade freely. You don't need to visit an embassy, because we are talking about one country. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Edie, do you know the relevance of an embassy in a country? Maybe you need to understand that first before you can talk of abolishing them.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think I need to...
The minister will give us the importance of having those embassies. Dr. Kefa, on Z. If you have talked today, you don't stand up. If you have talked today...
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Kefa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. And I very much thank the committee for this report. Now, there are two issues. One is about the performance of the embassies. Then the other thing is about whether these embassies are being audited. I think now that you've looked at the performance of this, it will go a long way in improving service delivery in these embassies. But when I was chair of the Finance Committee, there was a very significant problem that the budget of the Auditor General was being cut. It's supposed to be a protected budget, and their budget was about 76 billion, but it was sometimes being cut by about 30 billion, sometimes 36, at will. And there was always talk of recognizing that as very important, but not being recognized. And as a result of that, many embassies were not being audited.
And maybe just to add on what you're saying, Dr. Kefa, even the Committee of PAC Central, Foreign Affairs, their budget should also be increased for them to be able to go and do oversight role in those embassies. Please.
Now, as a result of that, as a result of their budget being cut, many embassies were not being audited. And therefore, the sort of findings that you are bringing up now were not being monitored across the other embassies in the world. And embassies were one of the significant areas that was being affected. Of course, also other public work agencies. It is very important that we get from this the commitment from the Ministry of Finance that actually their budget will be recognized and that will be protected. I'll also be very happy if the chair can mention, at least from your sampling, how many embassies have been audited, probably as from the last financial year. The second problem, which I note is a growing area of concern, is the area that projects are started. Projects are prioritized, started, given money, but then they are not completed. And that is becoming very characteristic of public service performance. It will be very important to get a feel as to how many projects have stalled around the public sector area, and then with an explanation as to why. it also be very important to get a commitment from Ministry of Finance that moving forward, we will now prioritize the projects that have started instead of starting new ones, which is unexplainable. And I think with that sort of management, it's very difficult to tell how projects are performing because you cannot measure their performance. It has started but not completed. That's my submission right now.
Thank you, Honorable Nze.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my concern is about funding of these embassies vis-a-vis also the facilitation in terms of salary to the staff. I had an engagement with our staff from the Embassy of China. They expressed a lot of concern that many times when they are seconded as a staff members to these embassies, the government does not take into consideration the cost of living that varies from one country to another. Sometimes they may consider a cost of living of maybe an East African country or some of these African countries. They don't take care of the variations. This has affected them greatly. Sometimes even for them, to come home is a very difficult situation. Even taking their families and being with them is a very huge challenge. If they are to come back home, they may come once a year. That's what they can afford. So I think for me, my concern is that when these staffs are seconded, there is need for us to carry out cost of living assessment such that their payment should be in line with what they can afford. Even housing, accommodation is a serious challenge to them. So we should not just dump them there, that we have employed them and sent them, but we should be able to provide better services for them. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Lokoro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for the report, wonderful report. I also want to thank the presenter of the report for being supersonic and audible enough. Madam Speaker, I am...
My uncle.
It was a very good speech, and she read it on time. That's what I was trying to mean. Madam Speaker, I am...
That's how you start.
Okay. Madam Speaker...
that was a joke, that was a joke. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I'm puzzled with what the report has revealed, and especially in the area of incompetent accounting officers. Because they are there to do a good work for Uganda. But now, if they are incompetent, it means that the money that they are given to do the work for the country is diverted and we lose.
Maybe we could use a better word other than incompetence.
Okay, that is what I observed from the report.
No, she didn't say incompetent. She was polite enough.
Okay.
To say they are not doing the right thing.
Actually, you most obliged. They are not doing the right thing with the money they are given. So that gives a bad indication and a bad impression for the country. So something must be done, Madam Speaker, to ensure that competent people are deployed to work in these consulates of our country.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Faith. The next people will speak in the next report. Faith. We have a next report.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I also join colleagues to thank the committee for doing a good job. I have two issues. The first one is on the recommendation on capacity building. In my view, that recommendation on capacity building, especially capacity building on bookkeeping in Dar es Salaam and in Nairobi. They quoted both. I think that is a recommendation we should do away with, because it points it suggests that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs employed people who don't even have a diploma from a UCC. If you have a diploma from a UCC in Uganda, you can do basic bookkeeping. You don't need the Accountant General to train you.
A training can be continuous. You know, we are living in an environment, a changing environment.
Okay.
It is not cast on stone. And you find that you need to catch up with the changing accounting systems.
All right, I oblige on that, Right Honorable. But the committees and all of us should make a distinction between indiscipline and incapacity. We should not shy away from punishing indiscipline. And audit and capacity challenge. If it is a true capacity challenge, that's all right. But where there is indiscipline, like for example, not declaring non-tax revenue, or declaring non-tax revenue, expensing it as bank charges, that is indiscipline. Why would we give a recommendation on capacity for an issue that requires a disciplinary action? So I see that as a problem with this report and be difficult for the ministry to implement. The second issue, Right Honorable, is the misunderstanding that the problems in government agencies arise because of lack of money. That can be a misunderstanding. For example, the report cited that our consulate in Dar es Salaam lacked computers, basic office equipment. Against a budget, they received warrants over 4.5 billion. Basic office equipment could cost less than 10 million shillings. So it's a management problem. It's not a problem of lack of money. So we should describe a solution for the right problem, the right solution. The right solution here is to find out why management is not procuring the basic office equipment to facilitate their work. They are embarrassing us by having an office without basic computers when they have a budget. I submit.
Thank you, Kristen. Then the minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, from the committee, they have been declaring that the accounting officer is liable to the losses. And I would like to hear from the minister himself, if it was 2002, and for example, the accounting officer mismanaged, did not report 3.4 million, for example, in the Mombasa consulate, collected, did not report the 3.4 million collected. What has so far been done to that person? Because liability means paying back. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, there is also a diversion under the consulate of Mombasa of over 18 millions. And this money was spent on other items. And this is contrary to our policies. Right Honorable Speaker, when we say that the accounting officer should liaise with the Minister of Finance always, we expect the accounting officer to return back our money. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the Nairobi consulate, they report that the NTR, they actually performed so poorly that they did not oversee, they did not oversee that they would not raise rent from the buildings. But we wonder, they projected that they would collect more, yet the building was already burnt. So this is one of the areas that make us happy when we over-exaggerate our budgetary figures to show that we are going to earn a lot, yet for sure we should not over-exaggerate our budget to make us think that we have a lot of money. And then, Right Honorable Speaker, they also cited rent arrears since 2010. And we are wondering, even small landlords in Uganda can opt services of very small property agents, and they raise rent How come we have all these areas from 2010? I'm beginning to doubt. I believe some money may have been collected and entered somebody's pocket. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we thank the TZ Embassy for at least performing to the level of 98%. They projected they would do raise NTR of some serious money, and they really performed so well. So we congratulate those who did well. Thank you.
Thank
Speaker.
you. Minister. Honorable Minister. Enos, you will speak on the next one.
You can wait for me from outside. Right Honorable Speaker.
Where is the chairperson of ICT? Chairperson ICT? Yes. Okay. Nita, continue as we wait for the chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I would like to thank the committee for the well elaborate report, and also the colleagues who have observed a number of concerns. First, we do appreciate that the findings of the committee do speak to the plight of the ministry as espoused in many of our MPSs, which we have laid on this floor many times. All issues which have been raised, I think, relate to shortage of budget, largely. We also acknowledge there could be issues of capacity, and I would like to commend you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the clarification you have given to the effect that training, research and development are key components in a living and growing organization. So my colleague who was thinking that we should put out the issue of training, I think you'll be reminded that all accounting officers need to undergo regular training because accounting standards are international in nature and they keep changing annually. And therefore, that's the basic reason why we should have them equipped quite often. On the other hand, you're also aware that the government of Uganda has simply recently transited from the sectoral-based budgeting to program-based budgeting. And that's the new nomenclature. Not all of us have yet migrated, so we need to keep equipping our staff. And we cannot judge them as incompetent on account of the Auditor General's report. After all, in many cases, this is an opinion formulated, and the processes are undergone, whereupon accounting officers are invited before committees of parliament, and they also put defense. That is the ultimate conclusion. Madam Speaker, I would like to point out, colleagues have spoken here about Uganda House, but I would like to invite colleagues to the terms and conditions under which the construction and eventual handover was envisaged. In all these contracts, there is a provision of force majeure, and I know the Attorney General can talk to that. I would like to invite members to look at what is force majeure. It talks about circumstances which are beyond human, including civil unrest. By the way, just remind ourselves, it is not government of Kenya, neither government of Uganda, which is responsible for the banning, but is on account of civil unrest and clearly covered under force majeure. But like I have said, we are handling this matter diplomatically. I would really plead that colleagues, you leave this matter as it were. I agree, Madam Speaker, Uganda needs her house, and we are doing everything it takes to ensure that it is reclaimed bilaterally. Madam Speaker, the issue of budget cuts has surfaced many times, yes, through the report. This has been our plight. This has been our plight as a ministry, and I would like to thank members of the committee and members of the House for sharing the concerns with us. I do agree with you, Madam Speaker, that indeed the budget of the Committee of Foreign Affairs need to be enhanced to enable members of the committee to appreciate what is happening out there in the missions and embassies, and also play the oversight, because really we pick it from you for our own action. We are not everywhere as Minister of Foreign Affairs, but you rightly play your role, and we pick from you for action. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to say the performance of our missions abroad should not be overly charged on how much they have spent or how much they have absorbed solely. It could be partly, but we also need to understand sometimes the warrant's approval comes late, and that's why sometimes there is low absorption of the funding.
Now there's a procedure from ENOS also. ENOS use now, since they are still looking for space.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, most of our embassies are in a dilapidated state. Couldn't it be procedural right for the minister to give us a comprehensive report on how much is needed to reorganize all the embassies of Uganda? Maybe we can do it in phases so that we have a face for Uganda wherever these embassies are. It was so embarrassing in Ottawa. Our embassy house was growing almost trees, apart from grass. So we will be grateful if the Honorable Minister can come here with a comprehensive report so that we know how much budget we can give him, other than saying money here, money there. Thank you. He said, couldn't it be procedurally right for him to give us a comprehensive report on the state of embassies and the amount of money he needs? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Another one from...
Yes. My question was going to the Minister, actually. It's more of a clarification. He's talking about force majeure, and my understanding, a project renovation worth $6 million plus should have had project insurance. And in most project insurances today, we have extension for political unrest. So I was seeking guidance from the Honourable Minister whether we did not have insurance, because I don't see why we are pushing the government of Kenya to compensate us, yet there was an option for project insurance. Kindly clarify on that.
Doctor?
Yes, further clarification. In the report, the committee indicated that the challenge in construction of the Mombasa consulate is because there are challenges in transferring the title from Uganda Property Holdings Limited to the consulate or Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When you look at the mandate of Uganda Property Holding Limited, it is actually to secure and manage Uganda's real estate investments domestically and internationally. And they actually have 39 properties in Kenya, Uganda, and even in London, in UK. Now I'm surprised that instead of transferring the embassy properties to Uganda Property Holdings Limited, we instead want to transfer the titles from Uganda Property Holdings Limited to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And yet this is a 100% owned government entity. They're actually not drawing any money from the consolidated fund. They have even expanded their portfolio through some of the investments and the reinvestments. And I believe this will help solve the problem of undeveloped embassy land. So I want the minister to clarify, why is it that we cannot hand over this property to the Uganda Property Holdings Limited to manage them and maintain them? Because the embassies have failed. We're seeing a lot of undeveloped land that we actually risk losing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
Of course.
Bogabula.
Thank you.
Okay. Of course, then Bogabula.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I also have some clarification that I need from the Minister. Right Honourable Speaker, I believe that for a hardware to operate well, it needs a good software. As leaders of G77 plus China and the 120 countries under NAM, I want to understand from the minister, when government is bringing to this house our software for our foreign affairs sector, our consolidated foreign policy, because it appears as though we simply have ad hoc pieces of legislation that we're operating on, and then we cannot properly align our actions with our national.
Yes. Bogabula.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Bogeso.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have interfaced with Uganda Property Holdings Limited as a Committee of National Economy. We have equally interfaced with our consulate in Mombasa. And Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to invite you to pick interest. Some of these areas are very strategic for Uganda. The consulate of Mombasa, the team will be in Uganda, I think, this coming week. I request, Right Honorable, that you give audience to those people and the team of Uganda Property Holding Limited, so that by the time the minister comes to give you some information, you are already well informed about what is going on. Because these are strategic areas, but the minister and his team, I don't want to use the government, I'm hesitant to use the word government, Right Honorable. By the minister and the team, they are very slow in some of these things. We don't understand the reasons as to why some of these things are not executed as required, so that we lose revenue, we lose money, and at the end of the day, we find ourselves losing property. Right Honorable. So I request to use your office, you pick interest and investigate some of the things.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
not
I have
BC you.
Another clarification.
I did not BC you. I'm coming to BC you.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me an opportunity. I'm seeking clarification from the minister following the report presented to us here. There is an issue of unemployment, which they talked about, that our embassies are short of staff. Now, recently we read in the papers that there are staff in foreign affairs who are not deployed, to the extent that it catches the ears and the eyes of the president to intervene and write, to the extent that he writes to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, employ people beginning with so and so. That's very embarrassing. I don't know where the minister is to recruit personnel. Secondly, another clarification. We were here, I think early this year, March, April, an issue of the Iranian embassy, where they had turned our premises into a private business. Allegedly turned our premises, not in Dubai, here in Nakuru, where somebody has taken up the premises for the embassy and is doing business, their private business. The minister stood up and said, I will come back here and clarify to the House. Can the minister clarify on those two issues?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chairman, BCU.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I want to inform the minister that him to say that the committee, that the accounting officer came here and explained the Auditor General, and that was all. That's a mistake. That's why the House is raising issues and is making recommendations on those accounting officers. So what you have to agree is that whatever will be taken here will be implemented as the House has agreed. That's number one. Number two, we know the reason why properties of missions abroad were transferred, some in Uganda properties, some in some other names, because of, you remember the case we had in ICC, and that was the reason, because our properties were supposed to be grabbed. But Madam Speaker and the colleagues, the government of Uganda does not insure property. If they buy a car, it is written off in the whole year. If they build a house, it is also written off in the whole year. So that's why if the house is burnt, there is no insurance. So in Kenya, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just helping you to understand. Yeah.
Honorable member, maybe to substantiate what Honorable Nandala says. Being somebody who is in the government. Listen, I am telling you, check these cars of yours in Parliament, including the buses, which, remember, one of our buses got burnt. It was not insured. Wait. Government of Uganda does not insure, because for them, they think the insurance is more expensive. I was making a correction on insurance.
Madam Speaker, you are right. That's why we're saying it's now an open. It is telling us that it is time for
Madam
now
Speaker, thank
to.
you,
Let me make
They gave me clearness.
I was on the floor. The speaker was helping me, and so that you can understand. So, and I has refused to understand. And Madam Speaker, I get worried with such people who don't want to understand. Madam Speaker, it is important now for government to start to insure our properties.
A procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Nathan Nandala Mafabi is a senior legislator in this House. Honourable Nathan Nandala Mafabi is a senior legislator in this House. One of the few things we expect out of him, when he sees somebody who is coming up, he would be seen training and putting right. If you insist on the floor when somebody who is new is standing to put some few things right, or give you information, and you insist really, Right Honourable Speaker, from senior legislators, those are some of the few things we would not expect. You would just have the courtesy and leave him, even if he's not going to tell you what you wish to hear, but as a senior, you just give him space. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Nathan, you just listen from Honorable Enos. Maybe he has something. Yes, he wants to learn from you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Nathan, for giving space. The argument is that the person who has contracted to repair the house usually is required to take insurance by the industry. It's a general rule in the industry. Now, my argument is not about the government that contracted. The person who has contracted, in most cases, they have project insurance, and it's them to claim for the losses. And I even mentioned that in most cases, they take project insurance with an extension of political unrest. So the question was to the minister, can he clarify whether the project contractor who was doing repairs on Uganda House did not take out insurance? If he took out insurance, then we don't have to recommend that the Kenyan government should compensate us. Instead, we should recommend that we recover from the project insurer, and then the project insurer should go to the government or wherever he can push for the third party claims. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, you know, what you are trying to say, we are talking of Uganda embassy, which was already in existence, and it was burnt. It was a property of Uganda. You see, listen to me. It wasn't a project that they were building a new house, and that's how it burnt. And even if they were building it, what would happen is that we, as Uganda, would wait for, when you hand over, you must hand over a complete project, not a one which is burnt. But in this case, the house was the one which was burnt, which was being renoved. Anyway, I don't want to go there. I'll teach you when we're outside. So, Madam Speaker, yeah, because if you don't want to learn, it is very dangerous. Madam Speaker, the final issue I want to raise is that the Minister of Foreign Affairs will never bring here any report. We have told this on this house many times that they bring out the report about the state of our properties outside, what they need, and they have been always committing that in 1 month they will do it, in 1 month. So they have done it more than 10 times. So I am not so sure even my brother here, Muyimba, can bring it. He will say he's going to bring, and the Parliament will forget. They will wait for the next Parliament, then they will ask. It is important that Parliament institutes a committee here in the House to deal with the properties of hours in missions outside to manage to see what's happening or what, no, what's not, what's happening there and how to act on them. But if you are going to send the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I can tell you will come again after 1 month and they will have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Solomon.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the clarification I wanted to get from the Minister. The Minister is talking about Forceman Jua and then also saying we are handling things diplomatically. But Right Honourable Speaker, can the Minister unpack for us as Parliament that at least we have reached this level? Maybe the negotiation, maybe you have done like this. You at least give us information. But for you to bluntly say that we are handling it diplomatically, I think this is hiding some facts. So I would request you, Honourable Minister, to give us some facts. What level, where have you reached, how far? Much as you talked about Forceman Jua, which we are all aware. So that is the clarification and the additional information that I'm requesting the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs to add Parliament.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, can you respond to what they are raising? I'll give you Isingiro. I'll give you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to start with the last one. The Honourable Sruan would like us to unpack what we mean by handling and what level we have gone. And I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that it's not fair for us to go into the details of this. All we can assure you is that we have made substantive progress, and we just seek for your patience. We will be back to give you the outcome. All we can assure you is that the Uganda House will be redeemed. Thank you. Now,
that does not answer
the issue of
because you come here
the Honorable Asimwe, what he talked about, he was talking about project insurance and also taking insurance by the contractor. I'm not very sure whether the Honorable Asimwe is privy to the contract for this particular renovation, in order for you to have an informed position of whether they took insurance for the project or not. If you did, no, the seeking of information was with assertion, as if he was aware. What I stated earlier still stands. The property had not been handed over to government of Uganda. It was still in the hands of the contractor, who was about a few weeks away from handing over. However, we have engaged the other gear of diplomacy and also bilateral engagement. The issue of Uganda property holdings vis-a-vis, this was picked from, I think Dr. there is the one who talked about why are we processing a title to the embassy instead of leaving it Uganda property holdings. Madam Speaker, the role of Uganda property holdings is to manage non-diplomatic assets or properties of government of Uganda abroad. And the non-diplomatic commercial properties of government of Uganda do not enjoy diplomatic immunity. The responsibility of Minister of Foreign Affairs is to own, on behalf of government of Uganda, all diplomatic property which also enjoy immunity. And I really wonder why the discomfort when Minister of Foreign Affairs would like to take over and thereby enjoy diplomatic immunity, where the discomfort would come from. I hope somebody would be even more happy. This also is related to the assertion by the Honorable Nandamafavi that the transfer was occasioned on account of the ICC ruling. That's not correct. It's not true whatsoever. The government of Uganda has always owned property, not even in the recent times, but even before, and all property which belong to government of Uganda, under Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or which are diplomatic in nature, enjoy immunity. And there is nowhere we would want to transfer from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where we have diplomatic immunity, to transfer them to where there is no immunity. Where I talk about immunity, it means not even the indictment of ICC can have them attached. So that's not a fair comment, and that's not true. In respect to the foreign policy, Madam Speaker, we have been here before, and we have said, and I want to repeat, Minister of Foreign Affairs did her role of coming up with a draft, and thereafter passed it to the head of state for his final nod. And thereafter, once he gives a final nod, we shall have now the approved version of the foreign policy. Now, somebody talked about having read in the press about property in Naguru, which was being used by somebody, I want to say, not known to us, at least not known to me. Maybe we would welcome that information. I'm even not very sure whether we have property in Naguru. Nakuru.
Chair, can I clarify on that? It's me who raised that.
Madam Speaker, maybe you can give clarity.
Let me give clarity. The property I was referring to is the Uganda-Iranian hospital in Naguru. In Naguru here. That property was being used by a private person for his business. It came on the floor here. You said you are coming back to clarify to us. You are investigating. You will come back and report to the House. We have never seen that. The Iranian hospital here in Naguru.
Is it for foreign affairs?
But it's foreign affairs who looks after those.
Information?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, the property the Honorable Member is talking about came out of our report that we presented here, Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs, when we were investigating the land that belongs to Uganda Police. And so it has nothing to do with the foreign affairs, and it is being handled at the Ministry of Internal Affairs level. Parliament made its recommendations, and I am under no fear that Ministry of Internal Affairs is actually doing the right thing of putting them in practice. It has nothing to do with foreign affairs.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to deflate the assertion by the Honorable Nada Mafavi that Minister of Foreign Affairs will never come back here, will never table here a report. I think that's a very unfair position. We have been here before, and I want to promise we will be here again. Madam Speaker, we recently tabled a status report on properties of government of Uganda owned by missions abroad in the cabinet. And the paper was adopted, whereupon we are even proposing rent to own strategy instead of renting, as it were. We will be back to this house to present a report. Of course, definitely we have to, after cabinet, we'll be back here in Parliament. So I want to confirm that we shall be here as we have often done.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, on the, I think I have largely answered all concerns of colleagues.
Honorable members, you've had.
If there was any which I have not answered, I'll come back later. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I just had three clarifications. One, all said and done, foreign affairs as a sector gets extremely very little money compared to the extent of the work assigned to it. So much so that at one time, the ambassador's house in Nairobi actually had ton curtains. It took the effort of the committee that went to Nairobi, forced the accounting officer, took him to the shops and bought these curtains. Yes. So sometimes even the accounting officers in, thank you, that's the right word, poverty of the mind. Sometimes we send there very mean accounting officers who mistreat missions staff.
Honorable
You've seen
members,
this. Number
please,
two.
we have a bill. Ross,
Yeah.
you sit. And when you're going out, I will want you to log in because log out. I want to know the people who have been around. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable members.
I thought I was finishing, ma'am. One,
Yes.
only one. One,
Yeah.
two. One other point. You talked of a house in Nairobi, the Uganda house, the very unfortunate incident that took place some time back. But I don't know up to now whether the ministry has carried out an investigation of its own to establish the cause of that fire. Why do we rush to the conclusion that it was the Genzis? Possibly that's why the president says, leave that to me, I will handle. Because he's so bright and sharp that there could be that other possibility. Remember, the house was under construction. Had you done any audit prior to the handover? Because you are saying it was going to be handed over in about 2 weeks' time. Certainly there must have been an audit of sorts. Supposing there was some mismatch between the money so far dispensed and the money and the work available, wouldn't it that would also have caused that kind of fire? I therefore want to appeal to the ministry to carry out an independent investigation. Yes, to ensure that we take a very deliberate and clear-cut diplomatic decision so that we do not antagonize the relationship between our two sister countries because of a fire that nobody knows its cause, its source. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Professor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an issue with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. For quite some time, I hope he's listening. For quite some time, as far as I know, Minister of Foreign Affairs has not had a documentation center. You go looking for information from the ministry. At one time when we were carrying out research for APRM, you say, this information, this treaty is with Ambassador so and so. I would like to hear from the minister and assure me that you have put in place, this does not require a lot of money, that you have put in place a documentation center, that even if we want to look at the treaties, those who have been concerned with, there is where we can go. How can we be in existence for 60 years and the Minister of Foreign Affairs does not have a documentation center? Madam Speaker, I would like to hear from the minister whether they have put in place a small library or what I'm calling a documentation center.
Thank you. And Honorable Nakut.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wish that the record should be corrected. The minister, in his response, said that the auditor gave just an ordinary opinion. The record must be corrected because the auditors give an opinion of assurance to assure the users of financial statements. So
and
it
there's
is not
no word ordinary opinion in
exactly.
accounting. It is either qualified or
exactly. Thank you, Right Honorable.
It's not ordinary. It can never be ordinary. You withdraw the word.
Madam Speaker.
You know you never play with accounting words.
Madam Speaker,
They are not
I
disordinary.
did not whatsoever here use the word ordinary. I didn't. I only said they are qualified opinions. This is what I said. Yeah, it can be checked. I never used the word ordinary. But that said, I said opinion, I never used the word ordinary, Madam Speaker. I'm very careful on that. Now,
Honorable Minister, if by mistake you made use. I know you're a diplomat.
Yes.
You're a diplomat. The diplomacy in you. If by mistake you mention the word ordinary, then it should be withdrawn.
Madam Chair, I did not mention the word ordinary at all.
I am saying if by mistake.
If by mistake I did, then it
Yes.
should be withdrawn. Now,
Thank you.
the-
Thank you. No, he's a very diplomatic person.
I know.
Honorable members, you've heard from the minister, you heard from the committee, and you need to continuously update us on what is happening. I now put a question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on Auditor General's report on Uganda High Commission in Dar es Salaam, Nairobi, Mombasa Consulate for the year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted by this House with amendments. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now we'll expect a treasury memorandum from you within 6 months. Within 6 months from the day of adoption of this report. Next item.
Item 8, Bill second reading, the National Information Technology Authority Uganda Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, we have the bills. This is under rationalization, and in the process of rationalization, these bills were brought for us to rationalize. I will now ask the minister to move. The Minister of ICT to move a motion for the second reading of the bill.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Information Technology Uganda, the National Information Technology Authority Uganda Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by Honorable Kasai, by Water, by Public Service, by Honorable Gwang, by Honorable Foreign Affairs, Dag, Government Chief Whip, by Dr. Nekesa, Dr. Lanyo, by the Chair, by the whole House. Would you love to speak to your bill?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, as we are all aware, the policy behind this bill is to give effect to the government policy for rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, which was adopted by Cabinet on 22nd Feb 2021. And the remedies of this proposed bill, first of all, is to enable the dissolution of the National Information Technology Authority Uganda and mainstream its function in the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, thereby inter alia relieving the government of financial drain on its resources and the burden of wasteful administration and expenditure, and also to facilitate efficiency and effective service delivery by clearly delineating the mandates and functions of the ministry in respect to functions of the National Information Technology Authority, Uganda, thereby avoiding duplication of mandates and functions. And the third is to promote coordinated administrative arrangements, policies, and procedure for ensuring the efficient and successful management, financial accounting, and budgetary discipline, and also to enable the government to play its proper role more effectively and enforcing accountability. Right Honorable Speaker, the bill has 35 clauses. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that the House considers this bill. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call the chair of the committee to present this report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I beg to present the report of the Committee on Information Communications Technology and National Guidance on the National Information Technology Authority Uganda Amendment Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, before I present the report, I beg to lay on table the bill, the committee report, and also minute that the committee used while processing this report. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on 24th of September 2024, the National Information Technology Authority Uganda Amendment Bill 2024 was tabled for the first reading in accordance with the Rule 128.2 and referred to the Committee on Information Communications Technology and National Guidance for consideration. The committee examined and evaluated the bill in accordance with the Rule 129.2 and hereby reports. Right Honorable Speaker, on 22nd of February 2021, under minute number 43, bracket CT 2021, Cabinet adopted the principle of rationalization where certain government agencies, commissions, and authorities were to be merged, others mainstream, while others were done away with altogether, as a measure to reduce public expenditure and facilitate effective and efficient service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, this was intended to achieve institutional harmony, reduce service duplications and overlaps, and reduce administrative cost of service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, among the entities earmarked for rationalization is the National Information Technology Authority, NITU, which is to be mainstreamed to the Ministry of Information, Communication Technology, and National Guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, National Information Technology Authority Uganda was established by the NITU Act of 2009 to coordinate and monitor the development of IT in the country within the context of social and economic development and commence operation in financial year 2010-2011. Right Honorable Speaker, I invite you and the members to point 2.4. Earlier consideration on the NITU Amendment Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 20th February 2024, the National Information Technology Authority Amendment Bill 2024 was read for the first time and thereafter considered by the Committee on Information, Communication Technology and National Guidance, which reported its finding on the bill on 28th February. The committee, in its recommendation to the House, rejected the bill in its totality, citing the intention of mainstreaming NITU into the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance as was ill-prepared, and thus asked that this recommendation be abandoned and instead call for the maintaining of the authority as a strategic semi-autonomous agency of government charged with the mandate to continue championing digitization in the fulfillment of the government's aspiration enshrined in the Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan. Right Honorable Speaker, the House agreed with the committee and adopted the committee's position to maintain NITU as a semi-autonomous agency of government. However, Right Honorable Speaker, after the House had rejected the bill was retabled by government in Parliament by the Minister for reconsideration, having addressed some of the issues that were previously raised by the committee and adopted by the House, with the emphasis on the shift in government policy, which could only be achieved with the rationalization of agencies and departments to deal with the several inefficiencies and duplication of roles, among others, to free up resources to improve the efficiency in service delivery by the government. Right Honorable Speaker, I invite you and the honorable members on point 6.0, observations and recommendations of the committee. The committee observed that the bill was affected by the law revision process that led to the release of the new red volumes containing the laws of Uganda as at 1st July 2024. This exercise led to the law acquiring new chapter numbers, caps, and adjustment of the different sections of the law. The bill will therefore be adjusted accordingly to reflect the changes to the sections of the law where necessary. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the certificate of financial implication was one of the issues that the committee presented to the House that resulted into rejecting the bill, the previous bill. The committee observed that the ministry submitted a revised certificate of financial implication dated 31st July 2024. The certificate indicated that rationalization of NITU will cost Uganda shillings 2.503 billion in form of terminal benefits for affected staff. The certificate further provides that the expected savings from rationalization of NITU shall be Uganda shillings 16.445 billion per annum, resulting from the reduction in administrative and personnel-related costs. The certificate also stated that the impact on the economy resulting from rationalization of NITU in the short term will include administrative disruptions, restructuring of the Ministry of Information Communication Technology in order to accommodate additional roles, short-term unemployment for some of the common cadre staff, and also loss of special skills set in some instances. There will be disruption in the financial sector, such as delay in repayment of salary, loans acquired from lending institutions by staff, and there may be huge drawing from the National Social Security Fund. The certificate projects that in the medium to long term, there will be significant benefits such as streamlined governance, cost saving, enhanced accountability, and better integration and standardization of processes for the ICT and e-government services across government. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development projects that the rationalization generally will result into redistribution of income in the economy in light of the anticipated investment in other sectors reviewed of the mainstream public service remuneration, leading to an improved Gini coefficient ratio on the economy. Right Honorable Speaker, the second issue that led to rejecting the bill was on relieving government of financial drain on its resources. The ministry stated that government continues to incur high cost of maintaining the duplicated structures for both the ministry and government agencies in the ICT sector. The current wage cost implication for the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance is Uganda shillings 34.82 billion per annum. Wage bill alone, excluding administrative costs, with the mainstreaming of NITU function, the wage bill will be 25.6 billion, registering a saving of 9.2 billion annually before consideration of the operational cost savings such as rent, vehicle maintenance, and other running costs. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, currently government spends over 30 billion shillings on NITU operations alone. This saving will be channeled towards other critical government priorities such as provision of social services, that is health and education. The other challenge that had been continually raised is the disparity in the salary between the agency employees and their counterparts in the traditional public service, which has generally affected the morale of the traditional public servants. Government is seeking to rectify this through rationalization. Right Honorable Speaker, the rationalization process will give the government an opportunity to re-engage the staff being recruited at salary levels similar to their counterpart in public service. Right Honorable Speaker, the next issue was generation of revenue for the government. The ministry was of the view that government could make a lot more revenue with the commercialization of the national backbone infrastructure and expansion of its utilization beyond the existing customer base. Currently, NITU has licenses to supply government and ISPs, that is the Internet Service Providers, wholesale, while curtailing government revenue that can be made from the NBI. The committee was informed of the proposed transfer of national backbone infrastructure to Uganda Telecom Company Limited for management and commercialization. With the transfer of NBI to UTL, the NBI can be used for retail purposes in addition to government and ISPs wholesale, thus widening the customer base and in turn increasing the revenue generated by government for comparison purpose. While NITU has been making an average of USD 8 million for the past 2 years, with expected volume at UTEL, the NBI is likely to generate at least $120 million annually. But the committee is concerned that for government to raise these gains, the committee emphasized that national backbone infrastructure need to remain under the complete control and ownership of Ugandan government. For the purpose, for the proposal of Uganda Telecom Company Limited as the lead commercial arm of government in the ICT sector to manage and commercialize national backbone infrastructure should be backed by its capacity to do so. The committee further proposed that for government to realize the projected gains from the national backbone infrastructure, government should identify credible investment partners, to consider recapitalizing Uganda Telephone Company Limited or listing Uganda Telephone Company on the stock exchange to allow the ordinary Ugandans to acquire shares and raise the necessary capital to revamp and make it more competitive in the market. Right Honorable Speaker, on implementation of UDAP and National Backbone Infrastructure Phase 5 project, the government through NITU is implementing the Uganda Digital Acceleration Project Government Network, UDAP, with worth approximately $200 million, of which $60 million is grant. The loan seeks to expand digital connectivity, enabling digital transformation for government and promote digital inclusion for refugees and host communities. The financing agreement between International Development Agency and Government of Uganda provided grounds upon which the financing could be suspended or cancelled, and one of them is where the project implementing entity legislation has been amended, suspended, abrogated, repealed, or waived so that to affect materially and adversely the ability of the project implementing entity to perform any of its obligations under the agreement. 2, the dissolution of NITU will trigger a default of this clause, which can lead to cancellation or suspension of the loan. The second project is the National Backbone Infrastructure Phase 5, which is being financed by the Export-Import Bank of China to the tune of Chinese yuan 1,049 billion, which is approximately 150 million US dollars, and is running for a period of 4 years. The government considered the provision of the agreement and the project as most and most especially the legal implications. Dissolving NITU, the committee noted that both agreements state that where the legal status of NITU is altered in any way, it is ground for termination or suspension of the agreement. The government then proposed to have a transition period of 3 years to allow NITU to continue in existence in order to fully implement the project. The Attorney General, while appearing before the committee, proposed that the committee insert a commencement clause providing that the act shall come to force 3 years from the date of its publication in the Gazette following the President's assent. The 3 year would enable government to implement the project without interruption or delay. The Attorney General stated before the committee that during the 3 year transition period, NITU will continue exercising its full power under the National Information Communication Technology Authority Act Cap 200 and will administer and implement the different acts under its mandate. The committee further observed that there were issues that were previously raised regarding the rationalization of NITU that the bill has still not addressed. Key among these are lack of oversight over the performance and functions previously performed by NITU, the fact that there were no further amendments to the Uganda Communication Commission Act to provide for regulation of technology, no further amendment to the Data Protection and Privacy Act, Electronic Transaction Act, and the Electronic Signature Act, administered by NITU to provide for new parties to administer them, leaving these laws in abeyance. 6.5, the transfer of regulatory roles. The committee observed that the ministry had stated that with the dissolution of NITU, the regulatory function of NITU would be transferred to Uganda Communications Commission, UCC. The committee noted that the bill was silent on this transfer of roles. Instead, the bill has emphasized that the function previously performed by NITU shall be performed by the ministry. The committee further noted that with the ministry stating that the regulatory role of NITU would be performed by Uganda Communications Commission, there was no subsequent amendment to UCC Act. The committee is of the view, therefore, that there is a need to amend the Uganda Communication Commission Act, Cap 103, to expand its mandate to cater for the regulation and coordination of information technology services in Uganda in the context of social and economic development of Uganda. The Committee on Further Evaluation of the Transfer of the Function of NITU noted that the authority was also mandated to administer the Electronic Signature, Cap 98, Electronic Transaction Act, Cap 99, and the Data Protection and Privacy Act, Cap 97. Government has not made any amendment to this act to mandate any other entity to administer these acts. Once NITU is dissolved, the committee is of the view that the ministry utilizes the transition period to make all the necessary amendments to ensure that no law is left without administration and that the ministry finds the most suitable entities to administer these and make the corresponding amendment to the laws to effect that change. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, while considering the administration of the different acts and mandates, the committee emphasized the need for separation of roles, especially regulatory and oversight role, to avoid situation of miscarriage of justice and violation of the principle of natural justice. The committee is of the considered opinion that the ministry can utilize the 3 years transition period to address all the issues and make the necessary amendments to the relevant laws and to ensure smooth running of the entire ICT sector. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the committee is cognizant of the fact that rationalization is a result of a shift in the policy and legal framework by the executive, with a belief that it will result into reduction of government expenditure, realign their operations to the need and provision of the National Development Plan 4. The government has gone to the great length to demonstrate the success they can potentially gain if rationalization is given full support and implemented as desired. The committee therefore supports the rationalization policy of government, but emphasizes the need for government to address itself to some of the challenges highlighted to ensure that the process achieves the intended objectives highlighted therein. Committee recommendations. 1, that the bill be passed with the proposed amendment as shall be discussed. 2, that during the transition period, government endeavors to address the challenges highlighted by the committee to ensure that the ICT sector is well aligned and administered with a clear policy and framework. And 3, that the law provides for a transition period to provide for completion of ongoing critical projects. Conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. The committee has examined the National Information Technology Uganda Authority Uganda Amendment Bill 2024 and observes that NITU should be given a 3-year transition period to enable it complete the critical ongoing projects without disruption. The 3-year transition period will also offer government time to address all the issues raised by the committee and realign the ICT sector to make it more effective and efficient. Further still, allowing for the transition period will minimize disruption in the NITU mandate, which can generate potential damage to the host of programs and livelihoods, and it will take long to recover. It is therefore in light of the aforementioned that the committee recommends that the National Information Technology Authority Uganda Amendment Bill 2024 is passed into law, subject to the proposed amendment. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. First, I want to congratulate Parliament of Uganda, because one of our former General Counsel has been appointed Solicitor General of Uganda. So we have produced a Solicitor General that is pious. 2, I want to congratulate the Minister of Education and Sports. Much as we are going to host AFCON in Uganda, we have qualified for AFCON. We've just qualified now. Now, in South Sudan. So, congratulations, Uganda Cranes. Congratulations, Honorable Gwang, Minister, and congratulations, First Lady, and also the President of the Republic of Uganda. And most importantly, FUFA.
Engineer Moses Magogo, Salongo.
Members, you've yes.
Madam Speaker, it might be too early for us to celebrate, but I want to confirm that we have just won our game, which was a crucial match between Uganda and the Republic of South Sudan in Juba. As of now, Team Uganda is leading in the table. So, Madam Speaker, I want to confirm mathematically that we need to pray that the Republic of South Africa, listen to me, wins a game against Congo-Brazzaville. That guarantees us an automatic qualification for AFCON 2025 Morocco. However, I also want to say this, in an event that Congo wins, we will need only 1 point out of the 2 games left. So I still want to confirm, on behalf of the Minister of Education and Sports, and on behalf of His Excellency the President, Madam Speaker, in a special way, one thank you for supporting football and sports in the country. and your dear husband. I want to congratulate the President of the Federation of Uganda Football Association and the entire team at FUFA House and the technical staff for the good job done. For our boys in Juba, thank you for making us proud. Viva Uganda, viva Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. I now open the debate on the report. And remember, the report is informative. Yes, Honorable Guzeli.
Madam Speaker.
No, there are some things we need to sort out with Honorable Guzeli, which will be responded by Honorable Nathan.
Madam Speaker, I've looked at the bill we are processing, and it is the same bill that we rejected and was withdrawn and was reintroduced for our deliberation. To avoid making this parliament look ugly, I would move that let us first stay proceedings on this bill until we go and resolve these issues indoors, and then we could if you want me to bring the issues clearly, I can. The bill, which is now at second reading, is the information technology, national information, the National Information Technology Authority Uganda Amendment Bill 2024. It was gazetted on the 31st May 2024. The gazette number is 36. The volume is CXVII. This is a bill we processed earlier on, and when we reached this stage, the House took a decision and rejected. After some time, the bill was now supposed to be reintroduced. The introduction process is that you first gazette the bill. After gazetting, you take it through first reading, and after taking it through first reading, it is then sent to the committees, and we would be able to process it. So here we are processing what we already rejected, and it was not taken through a process of regazettement. So if we proceed that way, we will be doing an illegality. Secondly, I've also requested to examine this bill under Rule 232, because we want to know if the mover of the bill has owned it. Still, the bill remains the unsigned one. It is not, because I've been, Madam Speaker, under our rules, we need to know when that signed one was introduced, because we were supplied with copies by the clerk. We were supplied with copies by the clerk. When was the signed copy introduced in Parliament? Because how documents are introduced in the House is they are laid here, and then they can be reproduced. So someone cannot bring a document through other means, and it becomes
a procedure.
So as a matter of procedure, I would like you to guide. I would like you to guide if we can proceed on a bill which was rejected and withdrawn without regazettement. That is a matter you should be able to resolve.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I appreciate Honorable Guzoli's concerns, but the Gazette is referring to the Gazette of 31st May 2024 this year is the second Gazette when the bill was regazetted. Reintroduced. You want you have just read the number. It is here with me. Gazette number 36. Gazette number 36. It is item number 63 on the Gazette. So, Right Honorable, the bill was regazetted.
Honorable members, if I can remember well, this bill was brought in the House. It was tabled in the House after gazetting the first time. That was in Feb, and I was the one sitting in Feb, and we passed this bill. We actually rejected it. When we rejected it, the bill was withdrawn. When it was withdrawn, it was now, that's when they called the caucus. They brought back the bill after regazetting in May. That is when my colleague was sitting here to receive the bill for the first reading.
Madam Speaker, you are...
So, this gazettement is the second gazettement. The first gazettement, you can go and check in the library and check for the first gazettement. Nathan. Yes?
Okema has just helped me with his laptop. The first Gazette, this was the 15th February 2024. That's when the first Gazette came out.
What is the number?
This is Gazette number. The date is 15th February 2024. Gazette number... No. It is Gazette number 14, volume CX V11.
The second one is...
The second one is
63.
Gazette number... Gazette number 36, volume number CX V11 of May 31st, 2024.
Nathan.
Madam Speaker, I think the government is changing its policy. And it's saying we want to leave authorities and come back to central government. I recall when they were forming authorities here, I was in this house, I said, tomorrow they will eat you. And here they have come to bite us.
They have eaten.
Now, I think they have finished us. Madam Speaker, I would be very happy. I've heard the chair is saying that when we take back to the ministry, we're going to do these savings. In short, that the operation cost will go down. And the salaries, I think, will go to public service salaries.
Yes.
And we shall harmonize. Before I can make my genuine and sincere comment, is that maybe government needs, first of all, to think what is the right salary for a person. And if they have thought about that, even this civil servant need a better salary to do work. If you take back this institution, they will demand that they should be paid maybe a higher salary than the other one. But having said that, Madam Speaker, the moment you say you are giving NITA 3 years, then you will scrap it. Then you are going to bring again, they are going to pay themselves in these 3 years. It properly, they are going to rob. So either we make a decision now that it ends now or not. Because what they are doing is basically being transferred from NITA to the ministry. And I'm sure the ministry is saying it has capacity to do what NITA was doing. And the obligation, of course, the assets and obligations will be transferred to the what? To the ministry. Of course, the NITU is 100% owned by government and the Ministry of the Government. So, Madam Speaker, I want to make just one that if we want rationalization to take effect, it should be immediate. If you delay the process, there is going to be real theft, and even they will destroy even maybe the infrastructure. By the time they will hand over to you, there will be no infrastructure. I would ask the Attorney General, either he changes his statement he took to the committee, or he tells us what safeguards. Because now, we're going to put more money to be policing the work of NITU, which will be more expensive than it is now if you don't want to destroy the system. Either he withdraws it and says, the government has decided, NITU goes. And we go with the assets and liabilities so that we deal with the liabilities now. We pay people maybe the 3 years salary and we call it off. Ongoing projects are transferred to the ministry to manage immediately. You delay, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, we had a loan which we approved in this house, and in that loan, it was attached to NITU, and we presume that by that time the loan will be paid off. And then we are also preparing for a transition period. As you heard, there are other laws to be amended for NITU to be effective in the ministry. So they are giving time for those other laws to be amended.
Madam Speaker, it is the government of Uganda which negotiated the loan. It's not NITU which negotiated, it's the government of Uganda. This loan is being paid by the people of Uganda. We would advise that the Minister of Finance goes back. You see, there's no way that the way they got money, let me give an example, assuming it was World Bank, and you gave under Minister of Agriculture. The person who signed on that contract is the Minister of Finance, despite the fact the money went to Minister of what? Agriculture. So it will be important that the Minister of Finance says, we are not changing anything.
There is an order.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering whether my honorable colleague read the report very well. The clause that was negotiated in the loan is well stated in the report, and it clearly says the implementing agency has to be NITU, and when there is a change, government has to notify the lender, which I think is World Bank. So, Madam, I don't know whether my colleague is in order to assume that the minister who asked for 3 years did not take that into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy that you have said there is no order, because the man who was raising was asleep. You see,
Madam Speaker.
That's why the Speaker could not rule. So, Amos, you must learn that from now onwards, when you are raising your orders, you must be careful, especially when I'm...
Madam Speaker.
Nathan, now that you've ruled yourself, let me have Haji, then I come to you, Pato.
Right Honorable Speaker, there is a government in Uganda, which is the executive, and it needs to act boldly and with intent and precision. Otherwise, if we do the kind of game we are doing with the key institutions, we risk to pay heavily. 3 years is few on account. If you count 1, 2, 3. But in terms of the health of an institution, is a life-changing. given that it has resources, it also has borrowed money for which you are supposed to pay some time. Therefore, if you are going to attempt, and we better establish this principle now, because going forward, this notion of 3 years is one, a legislation in anticipation. By our rules of procedure, we are stopped to legislate in anticipation. That's a standard rule here. You cannot make a law thinking that the pregnancy there, when it is born, it will be like this. You cannot do that. Secondly, in terms of management of society and resources of government, you give, and in the Uganda we all know, you give an institution 3 years existence. You have already hanged it, said and passed judgment you are to die. But you live for 3 years as you are operating, and you are manning alone with huge resources. They are knowing they will go. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, let this government, if it believes in what it's doing, by the way, I'm a strong believer in downsizing government and in effective, lean, efficient government. We all do. But the question is, how do you go about it? We are presuming that in 3 years' time, there will not be a parliament. There will be a parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, there will be a speaker. It may be you or anyone else. So if government is ready, even tomorrow, and it is ready to rationalize any agency, let it come here with the law says, we are ready. But for us now to legislate in anticipation and pass a law and say, by this date, you will be ready. By this date, you will be ready. Therefore, you will take this institution away. It's a little stretching.
There's information from Professor.
Let me first make my case before I get the information. And I will be informed by anybody. So, information from Professor. I can't.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm one of the few people in this House who participated in making the Constitution of Uganda. Honorable Chivimi should listen. The information is due. I'm one of the few people that made the Constitution of Uganda in this House. In that Constitution of 1995, we provided transitional provisions. So, and you know very well that the Constitution is supreme in relation to subsidiary legislations. So if we can provide transitional provisions in a Constitution, what about a subsidiary legislation? Therefore, the information I'm giving you, the question of legislating in anticipation does not arise in this case.
Council, legal.
There is you sit. The issue of legislating in anticipation does not arise at all. Legislating in anticipation is, for example, to say, in 2028 we shall have oil revenues, and at that time we can do ABCD. We are anticipating. What we are saying is that we are rationalizing effective at a date which we have put, which is just
effective
a transitional period. The effective date, the date of commencement is the one we are putting ahead. It has nothing to do with anticipation, and do not confuse this House with matters that you seem not to understand very well.
It's not that he doesn't seem to understand.
Actually, Honorable Mugabe has made my case. Honorable Mugabe has made
There is
my case.
another information from...
Let me first answer the two. The professor and the Honorable Mugabe. You see, the reason for putting a date to that part for 3 years is that certain conditions have to be met. That certain processes will have to be undertaken. And it's after...
That's what the report is saying.
Yes. After fulfilling those conditions, then the institution will be ready to transit. That you presume But that very date, that's why the professor needs to understand. But by that very date, A, B, C, D would have been achieved. Now, exactly you are making a case presuming and assuming that by that date certain things will have been done. Unless I don't know English like my friend, my brother, that is anticipation. Just go to any dictionary and try to understand the meaning of anticipation. Is that certain things would have been done at that particular date. Exactly, if you are a lawyer of some substance, I guess you should know. You should, and you are chairman of legal, I get worried when you cannot even define anticipation. We can now go to the dictionary and open the word anticipation. I like to put you in the right place. In the right place, and to be very, very knowledgeable that you are...
Honorable.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson of the legal committee, by
there is an
simply,
order.
the chairperson of legal committee must tell us what anticipation means. By my own understanding, he said, I don't know. But I want to inform you is that because you want to legislate in a particular
order. Madam Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
The issue.
Honorable members. Let's discuss the report with decency. All of us, everybody here knows what he or she is talking about. The report is very clear. Patrick?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for introducing a transition period. We are here, we just want to have a break and we throw away the things, these agencies. Yes, I support rationalization 100%. But how about the projects? What about the laws that are needed to be amended as stated by the report here? Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, Kasanda district was created in 2015. We became a district in 2018. Members of parliament sat here, said in 2018, we shall create a district called Kasanda. So even this can happen, to say this agency will stop working in 3 years' time. I see no problem myself having a transition where proper closure of an agency can be done. Madam Speaker, we have a problem, and a very big problem. I wanted to raise this earlier when we were talking about roads. The UNRWA you are talking about, everyone is seated, they don't know what is going to happen. We are going in elections next year. Instead of creating a transition period that can ensure these people who work there that at least for this period I have a job, for this period I can do my work. Madam Speaker, everyone is seated. Uganda Road Fund, everyone is seated. They don't know what is happening. The roads are breaking down. So we need to guarantee that transition period for people to know that for this period we are moving in this direction. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for that in the report. Thank you.
Honorable members, I have had enough debate.
Hujambo mtazamaji wetu wa UBC TV, unakaribishwa katika taarifa hii ya habari. Tunakutangazia habari hizi moja kwa moja kutoka mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano, na kabla sijakupa habari, ninayo taarifa kwamba mechi ya mpira iliyokuwa kati ya timu ya Uganda Cranes na Sudan Kusini ambayo imefanyika nchini Sudan Kusini, ni kwamba timu ya Uganda Cranes imeishinda timu ya Sudan Kusini kwa magoli 2-1, na sasa timu ya Uganda imefuzu kuingia kwenye mashindano ya AFCON. Haya, sasa hivi nakupeleka katika habari ya kwanza. Rais Yoweri Museveni ambaye pia ni amiri jeshi mkuu wa jeshi la UPDF amepitisha makadeti 203 katika taasisi ya masomo ya kijeshi ya Uganda Military Academy iliyopo Kabamba. Rais Museveni amewapongeza kwa kufikia hatua hiyo ya ushindi. Alisema kuwa katika tawala zilizotangulia, Uganda ilikuwa ikikabiliana na changamoto ya ukosefu wa wanajeshi wasomi, kitendo ambacho amesema ni hatari kwa taifa. Rais amewaonya wahitimu hao dhidi ya vitendo vya ufisadi, na vile vile ameipongeza pia Wizara ya Ulinzi na makamanda wa jeshi kwa kutii maagizo yake. Na habari ifuatayo, huku picha zikiandaliwa, ni kwamba Wizara ya Mipango ya Fedha na Maendeleo ya Kiuchumi imetoa shilingi trilioni 15.99 zitumike katika kipindi cha robo ya pili ya mwaka, ambayo ni kuanzia mwezi huu wa Oktoba hadi Disemba. Pesa hizo ni sawa na 22% ya bajeti kuu iliyopitishwa mwaka huu, na ni kiasi kikubwa zaidi cha pesa kuwahi kutengwa kwa ajili ya kugharimia robo ya pili ya mwaka. Akiwa katika kikao na waandishi wa habari kilichofanyika katika wizara hiyo, katibu wa kudumu wa Wizara ya Mipango ya Fedha na Maendeleo ya Kiuchumi Ramadhan Gobi aliarifu kuwa uchumi wa taifa umekuwa kwa 6.6%.
1 trillion shillings, and that is 25.1% of the approved budget. And cumulatively now we have released 50.2% of the total wage budget. Non-wage, we have released a total of 3.714 trillion shillings, representing 27.2% of the approved budget. And cumulatively, we have released 53.1% of the non-wage budget. Government of Uganda Development Budget, we have released 2.04 trillion shillings. That is 34.6% of the approved Government of Uganda Development Budget, and cumulatively 44.3% of the Government of Uganda Development Budget. Externally financed development budget, a total of 2.557 trillion shillings is expected this quarter to be released, representing 26.7% of the approved budget, and cumulatively it will take us to 53.4% of the budget this year. Debt and treasury operations, we have released 5.6 trillion shillings. That is 16.3% of the approved budget for debt and treasury operations, and cumulatively 36.4%. Arrears, we are releasing 14 billion. That is 70% of the approved, and now that cumulatively brings us to 100% release of domestic arrears. Local revenue, we have released 73.47 billion shillings.
Kamati ya sheria na masuala ya bungeni imekutana na maafisa kutoka chama cha NUP pamoja na kiongozi wa upinzani bungeni sambamba na kamati ya NRM bungeni kubadilishana mawazo juu ya pendekezo la kurekebisha mswada wa utawala wa bungeni wa mwaka huu 2024 lililowasilishwa bungeni na mbunge Mheshimiwa Lumu.